This is it then. Welcome along to the 7th and final round of the 2025 UIM E1 World Championship presented by PIF. It's the UIM E1 Miami GP. We're across the pond with E1 for the first time ever. It's the 4th continent we visited from 7 rounds in this 25 season, and it's a spectacular set of circumstances. 4 teams covered by 20 points who are going to be champions of the water for season 2. That is the question, and we'll know at the end of Saturday. Greg Haynes and Shelley Jury-Lee are with you, and this is the moment we've been waiting for. Then here is our course for the 7th and final time this year.
Yes, and a beautiful setting here in Miami. We've got a course of 1.2 kilometers. Qualifying time trials, we only do the standard lap today. No long lap, no short lap. That's all about the strategy tomorrow. So pretty easy course, nice sweeping corners at both ends.
We certainly can't wait for this, and with 4 in contention, anything really can happen. Qualifying time trials will be coming up first then. Not racing, but certainly out there one at a time. Each of the teams consisting of 1 male and 1 female pilot. They'll be doing, each of them, a minimum of 1 lap, a maximum of 3, and at the end of the time trials, a combined average will be taken for each of the teams, and we'll know who's in the best lane position for the qualifying races later on. But what a setting it is here at Biscayne Bay at Miami in Florida with the cruise ships here. It's a spectacular setting. Just a few minutes from downtown Miami itself. So the groups have been predetermined according to the championship situation, and 3 of our top 4, indeed 3rd and 4th, will be out there first, with Blue Rising and Aoki Racing left and right of your screen. 3rd and 4th in the championship. Blue Rising are just 9 points off the leaders. Aoki Racing 20 points off the leaders, and down there soaking up all of the atmosphere for us is Taylor Schneider. Welcome back to you.
Well, I've made my way into mission control. Obviously, the environment here is a little bit different than it is on the launch zone and down in Ocean Club. Things are a bit quieter and a bit more serious, but that is what is required for these guys here. What you can see behind me is Team Brady, obviously our points championship leaders right now, and they've got all the data here. So this is where these guys take a look at what the boat is doing, what the drivers are doing, and then the pilots come down here and have a little chat with everybody down here so we can kind of see what's going on. I've kind of spoken to everybody. Nobody ever wants to reveal any secrets to me, unfortunately. So I've asked them how they're feeling. All they say is everything's good so far. What that means, who knows? But these guys are doing the work to make sure that they find the speed out on the water. So quite a fun place to be. I'm going to hang out here for a little bit. I spoke to Team Blue Rising. I don't see where Team Rafa is, so I'm assuming they're having a little team meeting somewhere else, because again, it is a bit secret from each of them. They try to keep their secrets to themselves. So I'm going to stay down here, see if I can capture any more little moments of secrets, what these guys have planned for the race day. Until then, I'm going to head back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much indeed, Taylor. Yeah, keep trying down there. It's going to be tough, I think, isn't it, this weekend, because there is a real tension in the air here in Miami. Of that, there is no doubt. As Taylor says, nobody giving anything away. They're having to make crucial tactical decisions. Which of your pilots will you nominate to go first? Prop choice as well is something they're just making in the last few minutes, because once they're locked into the propeller they're going to be using for the day, they cannot change, Shelley, until tomorrow. So there's so much going on, and I have to say, this is the end of our 2nd season now of E1. I've never known tension and secrecy, as Taylor says, quite like this, but it's great, isn't it?
The secrecy will be, I cannot explain to you the tension and secrecy down there when you're in a final of the championships. It's actually electrifying, and you've got the tension in amongst the team as well, because everybody wants to do their best. The pilots want to perform, the engineers want to get it right, and then you've got the tensions all between the teams and the secrecy. It will be electric. And the prop is really important, Greg, because as we can see, it's really calm out there. So this course is going to be all about straight line speed. So I personally would go for a bigger prop and actually want that straight line speed. It's flat, it's calm, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and that's what I would have gone for. Whether they're going to do it, who knows? And have they all gone for the same prop?
We'll never know for sure, will. They're so secretive. 9 teams, as you can see, in total. 7 have been on the podium so far, 5 winners, and any of those top 4 could leave here as champions of the water for season 2. Taylor, back to you.
Well, I'm down here in Mission Control, and like I said, nobody's been revealing anything, but I am able to get a word with Ben here. You guys are reigning champions. You have kind of the coolest, biggest setup here. What does it take? Tell me a little bit about your job right here at Mission Control.
Yeah, so we're just trying to guide the drivers around the course. When it comes to the time trial session, it's all about getting clean water, so we're just trying to spot where they are on the course compared to other boats. A key thing is also entering the course at the right time. It's always a bit of a fight between the teams to get that clean water. So we're trying to see what the other teams are doing and trying to time it as best as we can. So yeah, that's the key thing for qualifying day.
And what a desk you guys have here. I mean, pretty much cooler than any type of cubicle you've got. Can you tell me what you have on screen and what you guys track?
Yeah, so we've got in the middle there, this is just a map of the track so we can see where the boats are. We get some timing on there. We've got data screens over on the left-hand side. So Joe, who runs the team with me, he's our engineer, so he's looking at all the data. I've got some other sort of timing things here and a few other little tricks up our sleeves, so yeah, can't say too much.
There it is. I knew. Some of these laptops were closed, so I know. When your boat's not on the water, are you guys watching the other teams, what they're doing?
We do. Yeah, we try and watch every session, even if we're not on it, because the order every weekend changes. Last race we saw Brazil win. That was their first win. They were really fast. So we always try and keep on top to see who's going well. What are they potentially doing differently to what we're doing. So yeah, we're always watching as much as possible. We can always learn more and do better.
I love it. Well, that's what this is going. I'm going to try to stick around here and see if I can learn any secrets. I know they're not telling me anything, but maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, I'm going to stay here in Mission Control. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much indeed, guys. And Shed, as you were just mentioning to me as we were listening to Taylor there, some Formula 1 input as well down there.
Yes, well, Ben is former F1 Red Bull team for the cars, obviously Formula 1 cars, and so yeah, loads of experience he's got, and he's very, very much used to pressure and tension, because as we all know, Formula 1 is very, very high tension, especially in the final. So I think they've got a real advantage there with Team Brady, with him behind the scenes.
Yeah, just to put this into perspective, Brady were our Season 1 champions of 2024. They've had 1 win so far this season, as have Rafa and Team Blue Rising, their first, second and third in the championship, with Aoki, who were the erstwhile championship leaders, leading after 2 of the 6 rounds thus far. They've actually won more events, Aoki, the pink and blue boat. They've had 2. This is Rafa. They were in the lead of the championship after Doha at round 2. Then again, after Lago Maggiore in Italy at round 4. We had constant changes to the championship lead at the start of the season. It's been a real mishmash of a championship so far. Taylor, back to you.
Well, I'm making my way down here in Mission Control. I don't know where Team Rafa is, but that's okay. It gives you guys a little bit more room. Team Blue Rising, you guys are in the hunt. What is going on here to find that speed to get you to the top?
So we've been on a streak, right? Like, we've had the most number of podiums in the entire season among all the teams. And we think we have found a few things that make it work. That's a team secret, but these are the guys who make it happen. They look through all the data. We have a very minimalist approach with our analysis, I'd say, and we make our calls quickly and fast, and it's working.
I feel like I've heard John say before that this is their first season really touching the boats, getting hands-on with the boats and learning. Tell me more about that.
It's been the first season for the entire engineering team, but they are super skilled as a team, and they've learned so fast, both on the data aspect and on the mechanical aspects of things. And I'd say everyone had doubts. Not us, but everyone else had doubts about their capabilities, and they've proven everyone wrong.
They have, and the camaraderie too with the team. I watch you guys in the pits over there playing cricket together. So it's obviously high spirits along with the seriousness. How do you guys find more team building together?
So I believe that when you're having fun, it's hard to beat you, because work is fun and everyone loves to be here. Everyone loves to do put in that extra bit of effort. And what helps is that they have been college mates, university mates. So it brings this very organic friendship together. And that keeps all of us so entertained to be here.
And tell me a little bit about how you would describe John and Sarah.
John and Sarah, okay. So Sarah is our, I'd say she's the fastest learner that we have seen throughout E1. She's just had such a steep learning curve to get on, and everyone amongst all teams, all pilots would agree that she's done phenomenally well throughout the season. And John, like looking at the fact that he's been powerboating since probably he was 5 years old or something, he's just proven that he's the king of starts, as we say, and like beyond probably. So yeah, he's a great leader. He's guided all of these guys through the journey of knowing the boat, knowing how to race, knowing how to think about racing. And yeah, he's been a wonderful leader.
I love it. Well, definitely the team you guys are in the hunt for, and I'm glad to see that it's just the same behind the scenes, really fun together.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to stay here in Mission Control. Let's see what else we have going on.
Thank you very much indeed, Taylor. Loving the insight from down there. We must wish happy birthday to Virat Kohli, the cricket international superstar, team owner of these guys here, Team Blue Rising. He turned 37 a couple of days ago on Wednesday. But as we heard there, they do make the most incredible starts, with John Peters in particular, not least when he shot through in one of the races back at Monte Carlo from the very back of the field to the very front of the race before the opening lap was even out. And of course, they went on there to win for the first time. 5 different winners then, would you believe, from 6 rounds so far in the 25 season. Aoki, the only squad who've actually won on more than one occasion. And we're going to be focusing all through the weekend on the championship contenders. But one of the interesting elements also is going to be how many of the non-title contenders can get amongst the title challengers and take points off them, because that's going to be absolutely critical when the points are handed out, which will be at the end of today with the qualifying races. And then the big points, 38 available for winning the main final here on Saturday. Let me just remind you, it's 3 points at the top between Brady and Rafa, 9 points to third place between Brady and Blue Rising. Aoki, the outsiders, 20 off the lead, but Shelley, with 42 points available over a single event. We've seen plenty of drama, crashes, technical problems, and all sorts of other obstacles through the season. Anything can happen. I know it's a real cliche, but we've seen some major shocks already, haven't we, earlier this year? So the likes of Aoki here, all they can aim to do is grab the pole, grab the fastest lap on Saturday, try and win the event, and in the nicest possible way, hope for misfortune for their rivals.
In all motorsport, it is not over to the end. We have seen this time and time again, and E1 has really proved this. The E1 series has been so exciting. It's been neck and neck. It's been literally foil to foil. We've had odd breakages. We've had all sorts of crazy things go on, and it completely changes the championships in a second.
It's Steve Aoki who has his name on that team, of course. He's from here in Miami. He'll be turning 48 towards the end of the month. And Steve, of course, here this weekend as well, egging them on.
What you just said earlier about it's the lower teams below who are actually thinking, oh, this could be my moment.
Yeah.
We spoke to Lucas Ordonez from Westbrook Racing yesterday, and he said, I'm going to win while the others are all thinking about the title. And I love that, because that's a really nice way of saying, you know what, I'm going to keep out of trouble. I'm going to let them fight their battles, cruise on by and take a win.
Yeah, and Lucas has had a few moments like that across his car racing career as well, when he's taken advantage of incidents and accidents around him and come through to sweep all before him. But what a setting it is here, the iconic Miami palm trees, the cruise ships as well. There's 4, 5, 6 of them even around us here. They dwarf the Racebirds, don't they? But the Racebirds look spectacular on the water here in Miami as we now ride on board with the Didier Drogba boat. What can they do? Can they take advantage of any other drama? They have been on the podium, but they've been third twice so far this season. Round 2 at Doha in Qatar, and then again last time out at Lagos when we went to Nigeria and the African continent for the first time. And as I say, this is the first time we've crossed the Atlantic. This is our 4th different continent from 7 rounds this season, as they're in now what's known as the milling area, as they get ready to move away shortly. And let me just remind you, there's no points available for the upcoming races you're about to see. These will be the qualifying time trials, and it will all be about determining your starting position, your lane order for the qualifying races, when points are available later on this afternoon. And it is currently 21 minutes past 11 in the morning here in Florida. Now, talking of Florida, an historic part of the world when it comes to powerboat racing in general, Shelley Drury-Lee, as you know only too well. It's a classic setting, beautiful climate. You've had some exciting days, haven't you, on the water in Florida over the years?
Yes, I've raced in many places. Sarasota is one of my favourites. I've never got to race in Miami, and do you know what? I'm really disappointed about that. I am so excited that the E1 series is here, and it's an amazing setting, and the water is calm, Greg. Thank goodness, because these guys have been through it this year. We've had some really rough, turbulent waters, which have been made the whole race bird very, very challenging to balance, because don't forget, this is not like a normal powerboat. We are flying it at the same time. We are trying to keep it up on its foils. You're balancing using trim, boost, throttle. There's an awful lot to think about, and when you put turbulent waters underneath that, whoa, does it really show who the skill is, the skilled pilots out there who can handle it. So I think this weekend it's going to be fast, flat. Let's hope our leaders of the championship can stay out of trouble and not come into contact with each other.
What would you be saying if you were one of the team principals and you were overseeing the whole scenario, not just with the pilots, but everybody else as well in mission control? Because, as Taylor said, there is a real tension. It's unlike anything we've had before in E1. It's a new scenario for everybody. How would you be keeping everybody calm and just allowing them to focus on the job in hand?
It's all going to be about cool heads this weekend. Calm, cool, get the job done and stay out of trouble. I've been in many finals where the tension can actually just ruin the team. It can certainly ruin your stamina and skill as a pilot. And you've really got to breathe deep and just stay cool and go, I can do this. And that's what it's all about. And that's what it's going to be about in this session right now. We're just waiting for the qualifying time trials to start now. So we should be up and running very, very shortly.
Yeah, not up and running. Our Alula, as you can see, they have a technical problem we're hearing, and we do believe they will be going into the next group. So it's not the end of the world. It's good news that they'll be able to get out shortly if they can get this problem sorted, as we now ride on board with Team Alula. Rusty Wyatt here, the Canadian here. I was chatting with him yesterday morning, and he was saying it's the closest he's going to get a race to home. It's the closest he's raced to home full stop for a long time, actually, in the world of powerboat racing. There you are, powerboat racer, loves a bit of golf and snowmobiling. Certainly not doing any snowmobiling here this weekend with very hot and humid temperatures. It's making it particularly uncomfortable, we're told, by the pilots on board. But Alula then, certainly for the time being, out of contention. Whatever the problem is, hopefully they can get this fixed ASAP, Shelley, and get out in the next group shortly.
Do we have any idea what the problem is, Greg? Have we had any feedback at all yet?
I've certainly not heard anything yet, but I'm sure Taylor's going to be on the scene very shortly indeed. Will the team want to actually tell us what it is, though? That's the question. I know they're not in title contention, but with the secrecy levels this weekend, it's almost James Bond sort of secrecy, isn't it? We're not really finding out what's going on. We did have some issues earlier on, though. Westbrook stopped out on the water in practice. Aoki have had an issue as well. It's the end of a long, strenuous season as well. We see this in F1 car racing, motorbikes, anything mechanical. You know, it's the end of a long season and everything's been pushed to the limit.
The Racebirds have had a tough season in those tough conditions, which we've just spoken about, and there will be hidden gremlins.
Here we go, then. This is the start of the session. Let's just remind you, this is not a race. This is the qualifying time trials. And away they go, with obviously now less traffic. You'd think it was a race, though, wouldn't you? With the drag race there going on between Aoki with Danny Kloss, who is the Spanish racing driver on the right-hand side of your screen, and Sarah Mizier, who we're on board with now for Team Blue Rising, holding back, perhaps a sensible decision. It was Oban Duncan for Drogba. She's going to start a little bit later and not have any of that wake to contend with. I'm not really sure they were doing each other any favours, were they, there, by going at the same time?
They were certainly not doing anyone each other favours. I'm not quite sure at which point they're allowed to back out of that lap. I think it's after they've started, after they've gone across the finish line, I think they have to carry on. But this is interesting because Team Blue Rising have slowed right down now, so maybe they are aborting this lap. It would make sense to me because there is no point doing qualifying in dirty water.
Just to give you an indication of the best lap time from practice earlier on, it was a 1 minute 2.7, 1 minute 2.7 seconds, and that was Timmy Hansen of Team Brazil. And remember, Brazil, our most recent winners, last time out at Lagos in Nigeria.
Well, there you have it. That's my answer there. So Team Blue Rising have aborted that lap. They went around the outside of the course and calmly left the racetrack. So they were allowed to abort. Maybe they were just having a little practice run for the start there, Greg, which would have been good. But it certainly did look like a drag race. And Aoki won and stayed out there and did their qualifying lap.
Yeah, they're some way off the best pace so far. They're a 1:06.8 is a very calm start for Danny Kloss. As I say, it was a 1 minute 2.7 for Timmy Hansen earlier on, so that is over 4 seconds off the best we've seen in the day so far. But no need to get too worried or too excited yet. There's a long way to go in these qualifying time trials. Mashael Alawaidan watching on, teammate to Danny Kloss. If you are joining us here with E1 for the first time, first of all, welcome along. And secondly, we can tell you that it's one female and one male pilot per team. Oban Duncan then now getting away, the youngest pilot in the field, the ever-happy Scottish pilot, the female side of Team Drogba, making her way down towards turn one in the shadow of these enormous cruise ships. Using the trim, you can see the graphics on the right-hand side of your screen, the trim positioning, and that can be operated by the paddles on the back of the steering wheel, and indeed a couple of buttons on the front of the steering wheel. If you want to put it up or down by plus or minus 10, you can just whack those buttons on the front of the wheel. And Shelley, that's what they'll be doing, isn't it? When they get to the corners, you're constantly adjusting the trim, aren't you, depending on how tight the corner is and the weather conditions, is that right?
Definitely, Greg, and I always have to think about this because it is the opposite to any normal boat, powerboat racing, pleasure boat, speedboat. It is the complete opposite in a race bird. You do positive trim to basically stabilize yourself, and you do negative trim to lift the boat up. You want to lift the foils up, so if you do negative trim, you're lifting the foils up out of the water and actually getting more speed.
And we did see a couple of times, didn't we, in Nigeria last time out at round 6, that some of the race birds, they were getting a good initial start and all of a sudden dropping down off the foils. And you practically stop, don't you, in comparison to everybody else. It really is a very easy way to lose a heck of a lot of time if you drop down off the foils, and you'll have all that hard work to do again. It's exactly what happened to Blue Rising in Monaco. Here they are. It was JP, John Peters, on that occasion who blasted his way back to the front of the field. But this is his teammate, Sarah Mizir, the 27-year-old from Jamaica. So certainly the closest to home Sarah is going to be racing in this 25 campaign. Let's see how we get on this time. Remember, she backed out of it on the first attempt because she went through at the same time as Aoki and lost a lot of time. We've come through turn one. You can see the trim position that you've just been talking about, Shelley, on the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, so she's in positive trim there, so she has got more stability now, but she's got less speed. So as you see that come down into, yeah, see, she's playing a pretty safe game here. She's up on the foils, she's nice and stable. She's got, yeah, positive trim, but she will be low on the speed here. So it is, again, as I said, complete opposite to anything you've ever learned before. So sometimes I often think the non-powerboat racers do the best in E1 because they haven't got their old memories there. It's such a hard and sort of very tactical thing to drive. You are literally flying and driving a boat all at one time. The race bird has, as we've learnt as well, it's very delicate. The trim is very delicate, you know, even with your throttle. It's basically just keep it up there, flying above the water, and don't let that surface of the boat underneath hit the water at all. Because as you said, that's like putting the brakes on.
This is mission control, where the teams are in almost constant radio contact with the pilots. It is a two-way situation. The pilots can chat with the team and vice versa. about where people are. Certainly at the starts of races, it really is critical. And of course, Shelley, you mentioned when we looked at the track map before, tomorrow we'll be getting into the short laps and the long laps. And of course, as you've already said, the long lap is always approximately 200 metres longer than the standard lap. The short lap, 200 metres shorter, give or take. And that's where the teams and tactics really comes into the equation, isn't it? And as we've seen from onboard footage earlier on, if you look at the E1 Instagram page of the series itself and all the different teams and the various races which you can watch back on YouTube, from the onboard shots, you're sometimes blind, aren't you? You can't see what's going on around you with all of the spray, and that's where the teams and keeping an eye on your particular race bird are of paramount importance. Nice and calm for Rafa at the moment. They're waiting to go out. As you can see, Chris Lazaraga will be going first. She's got the kit on already. And then Tom Schaap sat down there looking as cool and calm as collected as ever. Will go out later on. And as I say, they'll get an average combined best of each of their times to see where they are. And there will be 3 points maximum available at the end of the day. They do seem very calm indeed, don't they, considering there's a title on the line. They're second. They're only 3 points behind Brady.
I think that's a mask.
Yeah, maybe.
They are appearing to be very cool, calm and collected, but underneath, the nerves and the jitters will be rumbling, trust me. Here on board with Oban Duncan, our youngest pilot on the circuit, but very experienced powerboat racer from Scotland. And how is she doing on the times there? That's a good sector 1 for her.
Yes, at the moment we've got Aoki with Danny Klaas on a 1:06.8, 2.3 seconds quicker than Sarah Mizia and Blue Rising. Oban Duncan, as you say, we look down from the drone, is currently third. If she can find just over 0.6 of a second, she would move up ahead of Blue Rising for second place, but they need to find over 3 seconds to get ahead of Klaas and Aoki as we power our way around the last corner and back down towards the start-finish straight. Let's see what Oban can do this time. She set a personal best in sector 1, which is why you've got a green box at the top of your screen. Purple is overall best in sector 2, and up into second then goes Oban Duncan for Team Drogba Global Africa. And Didier was delighted, wasn't he, to see their success last time out when we were in Nigeria on the African continent for the first time. They have had 2 third places so far this season, one of them in Doha, and then, as I say, Nigeria last time. She looks a lot calmer. The low for Oban was that big hit, wasn't it, back at Lago Maggiore earlier on in the season when she had that incident with Timmy Hansen. Here come Blue Rising again. So they've got time to make up now then, Shelley, because they're going to be taking those average times of the 2 pilots at the end of these qualifying time trials. Back on board then with the Jamaican, Sarah Mizia. Let's see how she can cope with turn 1 this time.
Nice and smooth, nice and on the boost. So she's giving herself some extra power as she comes round that corner, which will basically lift the foils and keep her nicely airborne and not letting that hull touch the water. That looked really smooth, actually, and it was best sector 1 for Sarah. So that's good. That's really good. She's keeping that really smooth there. Look how steady she is. Oh, I spoke too soon. She literally just dropped it in the water there. On the boost again, round the corners. This seems to be the trait now from all of the teams. They've obviously, the E1 Racebird is new to all of us. We're only in our 2nd season, so we're all still learning of the best way to really make this Racebird fly. But the boost round the corners seems to be what all the pilots are now doing, which again will lift those foils.
And that was by far their best lap so far. She's just in communication with the team at the moment. Virat Kohli's Team Blue Rising, here they are. And they are third in this championship, I have to say, and I know you feel the same, Shelley, because we were discussing this last night, weren't we? We've got a funny feeling about Blue Rising this weekend. They're third overall, they're 9 points off Brady, 6 points behind Rafa. It just makes you wonder, doesn't it, if those top 2, and I know it's dangerous to speculate, but let's be honest, it's fun as well. If the top 2 make life too difficult for each other, can Blue Rising sneak through and attempt to grab this championship? Because there are big points available at the end of Saturday, with 38 available for the overall win, 30 for second, 24 for third. So some pretty big gaps there which means things could change dramatically. With just over 90 seconds to go now then at the end of this first qualifying time trial. Remember, it's a maximum of 3 laps per pilot, so it looks as though they're going to get away now. Aoki going first with Danny Kloss. He's been sat there in the milling area for quite some time, so he's waited until almost the latest possible moment to get away. Can he improve on this 106.8? Here he goes. He'll be on the boost now as he makes his way down towards turn 1.
They've all done their 2 laps, so this has been a nicely spaced out qualifying session, apart from the drag race we had at the beginning where they both sort of seemed to upset the apple cart there between them. But yes, it's all been very polite at the moment, all letting each other go in some nice clean water. Don't think it'll be like that on the race line. That will be handbags at dawn, as they say, and when that timing drops to 0 and they cross that start line, there will be no politeness, I'm sure. But yes, at the moment, all looking good. Can Danny Kloss beat that great time he did of 106? This is his final lap in this qualifying session.
I have to say, Shelley, I'm loving this particular part of the course here. Look, they just fly, don't they, into turn 2. It's one of the fastest entries to a corner we've had all season here in E1. What's going to be really interesting tomorrow, though, is the short lap, because it's definitely one of the tightest short laps. It's a sort of double apex short lap. We'll see that tomorrow as Danny now makes his way, after putting in the best second sector of anybody so far, down the main straight. He did not improve, and he stays on a 106.8. There's Oban Duncan on the left-hand side of your screen. We pick her up now. She's heading down towards turn 2. What's been a rather monumental second season so far. We've been to Saudi Arabia with Jeddah for round 1. Then it was off to Qatar in Doha, Dubrovnik, the beautiful picturesque surroundings of Dubrovnik in Croatia, then Lago Maggiore in Italy, Monte Carlo, and last time out Lagos for the first time ever in Nigeria. This is Miami. These are the first qualifying time trials of the weekend, and what can Oban do? That's a very, very strong second sector indeed, as you can see at the top of the screen. Can she even grab the top spot away from Aoki? Over the line she goes, and she's 1.95 down. It was a better lap, but she just about misses out there on even grabbing that second place from Team Blue Rising. Blue Rising now coming up towards turn 2 to end their session. Here they come. Let's see what Sarah Mizzi has done this time. Like you say, Shelley, on the boost mid-corner as that green bar decreases just under their team name there. You can see, looks as though she's going to use all the boost left.
Yeah, it's just gliding around that top corner. That was beautifully done. She's losing a little bit too much there, so you can see she got a little bit unstable. Can she beat it? No, she hasn't. She is staying in second place there. So good run for Sarah, but not quite enough to beat Danny there.
A curious start then to the proceedings, with everybody going fastest on their first of the 3 runs. It's going to be interesting to hear what they might be feeding back to their teammates as they now make their way back down towards the launch zone. On board then with Team Blue Rising, we'll try and have a word from Sarah. How are the conditions out there, Sarah? No one seemed to really improve on the last 2 laps.
Okay, that was pretty awesome there, Sarah. We ended up with a 107. Great time. That was your second lap. Your third lap wasn't going to do it anyway. So great job on that lap. Way to dig. It sets us up nicely. We ended up with a 106.8. You were only a half a second behind, and Drogba was 1.3 seconds behind you. Well done. Over.
It's all good. Conditions out there are hit and miss, and it's handle eventually.
And my apologies there to Sarah and to John Peters. John was just getting in with far more important information to anything I was going to be saying, Shelley, as they were just saying, as I was just about to say, they're feeding information 2 ways. Sarah will chat with JP when she gets out of the Racebird, and John, of course, has been following it from the side of the course and watching the same footage as us here in the commentary box to see what's going on elsewhere. He seemed quite pleased, didn't he?
Yeah, but they're not giving us any secrets, Greg. They're not giving us any tactics or secrets over the radio. That's what I wanted.
No one's going to be giving anything away at all. You've already seen a few times there during the session that they're all following the stream on the computers and the tablets and the mobile phones. They're watching the same pictures as us, and they are not giving anything away at all with the championship on the line here at Miami. It's great though, isn't it, the secrecy? I mean, we've had the secrecy around the prop choice all season long, and now there's even secrecy with the radio communication as well. Only 3 then, because Alula had an issue, but they're going to try and get out shortly in the second group. So Steve Aoki's racing team are leading the way, and Steve, who is here this weekend, will be very pleased with that. Blue Rising, title contenders, 3rd in the championship. Don't forget them, 2nd at the moment from Drogba, but we still need to see the appearances of all of the teammates. There's a long way to go before we know who's on top in these qualifying time trials. It's all about your lane position for the qualifying races later on today, when points will be distributed here in Miami for the first time this weekend. So Drogba, they're back in with Oban Duncan. They featured in Champions of the Water, the documentary you can see on the E1 Series YouTube page. Some brilliant insight there from Lagos last time out. Okay, now we have to calm before the latest action here. Taylor Schneider, though, is down there with all of the latest with the teams.
We are on the launch zone here, and I'm speaking to Team Alula. You guys are going through a little bit of struggle right now. What is going on? You're supposed to be in this session, and the boat is here at the docks.
So we're not too panicked. We've got a little bit of work to do just to chase an issue on a trim pump. So the guys are pulling the boat apart now, and we're going to get that changed, and we'll be pushed into the next session. It's the last little niggle we needed to work out this weekend, so looking forward to Rusty and Katie delivering a strong performance in qualifying.
And these guys, they did miss Lagos, so they're back in the boats. Is that any sort of transition or change from them being out for one race and then coming back?
I mean, they're both professionals, right? So it's not too much of a learning curve for them to get their heads around it again. And yeah, the practice sessions we had yesterday, they were right on the pace. So yeah, no concerns there.
All right, no worries, just ready for racing.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Love it. Team Alula down here getting ready for the big day.
Thank you very much indeed, Taylor. Well, just to throw more drama into the mix then, because as we say, the focus is on the top 4. Of course it is, Shelly, with Brady, Rafa, TBR, that's Team Blue Rising, and Aoki fighting for this title. But others want to try and take advantage, don't they? They want to move up as far as they can in the standings, and there is every chance some of those other teams, remember, another 5 teams not in title contention, could get amongst the title contenders and open up those points gaps. It's going to be absolutely critical across the course of the 2 days of action here in Miami. We're hearing that Westbrook are going to try and get out there shortly as well after they had a problem in practice earlier on. So question marks over Westbrook and Alula then at the moment here in Miami. At least the conditions are nice and calm. That's the good thing. As you say, Shelly, it's not like what we had at Puerto Banús last year or Monaco earlier on this season, as the 4 of them get ready in the milling area. They're divided into 2 different groups for these qualifying time trials, the first on-water action of the weekend. So the second of the 4 sessions coming up now here in Miami for the qualifying time trials, with real tension in the air at the 7th and final event of the season for the E1 Series. Who is in the action this time? And I can tell you who certainly are. The top 2 in the championship. Brady leading Rafa by just 3 points. Brazil are in there, carrying all that momentum and joy and euphoria from their first victory back in Nigeria. And Miami, of course, we should not forget Miami. They've had a difficult season. They're only 9th from 9 teams in the standings, but racing at home, they are desperate to close off the season in a positive way. $30 to go, Shelley. Let's see what happens this time. Make it 22 seconds to go now. Are we going to get anyone going together? It looks as though the answer is no. Brady are going to try and get away first with Emma Kimalainen from Finland on board.
I knew Brady would go for the clean water. It's been their tactic all season. They want straight out. They want the clean water. They want that first run. Now, Brazil, not quite sure why they're going at the moment. I would have bought this lap immediately because there is no point being out there with Brady in qualifying You want it to be nice and clean and totally clear. I knew Brady weren't going to let go there, though. They were on it. Emma was on it.
Yeah, they're absolutely red hot, aren't they, when it comes to the tactics. We were chatting with Emma last night, and she was, I have to say, I think the coolest of all of the pilots we've spoken to across the weekend so far. You would never know that she was in contention for an E1 title. And of course, in some ways the pressure's on because they are the ones being chased. They are the championship leaders, and they are defending the crown because they already have one E1 crown to their name. They were the inaugural champions when the series began in 2024, but they've never been under pressure like this before, with a four-way shootout for the title across one round. Well, certainly looking at it visually, it looks extremely quick, and the stopwatch seems to be confirming it because it's overall best in Sector 1. Overall best, another purple sector in Sector 2 on the boost, perfectly timed for Emma. That was glorious, wasn't it? The boost ran out just as she crossed the line, and that is a 1:05.9. That is definitely the quickest we've had in the qualifying time trials so far today. Beautifully timed there, Shelley, on the boost between the last corner and the finish line.
And Sam looked very cool there and wasn't giving anything away, that he's just put his team up into the lead there. Well done, Emma. Great run. So close, though. Look at that. 105, 106, 107, 108. It is literally seconds between them all. And actually, it's less than seconds between them all. It's very, very tight at the top there.
So on board with Team Miami, powered by Magnus. This is Mark Anthony's team racing at home. They really do want some positivity. Their best result of the season was 6th place. That was all the way back at round 1, though. At Jeddah, they've dropped off the foils there. You heard that slapping noise as the hull of the boat came down on the surface, and it is indeed welcome back to Eric Stark, who wasn't with us. He was otherwise engaged when we were at Lagos in Nigeria last time out. Here are Rafa. Don't forget Rafa, second in the championship. 3 points behind Brady. They could even level with Brady by the end of the day, Shelley, because 3 points are available at the end of qualifying. So in theory, if Rafa are fastest at the end of the day and Brady are 4th or lower, they'd actually be level on points going into the last race day of the season.
Well, she's just beaten Section 1, so she has taken Emma's Sector 1 with the fastest time there. Can she do it in Sector 3? Sector 2 she didn't. Is she going to beat Brady?
Up into second goes Chris Lazaraga. It was just 6/10 down on Brady. So first blood to Brady, but it's very, very early doors. Tom Chat watching on. He had that big scare, if you remember, with the collision back at Monte Carlo when the boat even began to sink and he had to ditch the boat. It was literally man overboard as he jumped into the water and was saved by the rescue team. A scary moment for Rafa earlier on in the campaign, but early doors then here. It's Brady, Rafa, Aoki, Blue Rising, Drogba. That's your combined standings on the left-hand side from everybody we've seen so far across the two groups. Here come Brazil, not in title contention, but certainly could be a spoiler if recent races are anything to go by. Down in 7th place at the moment, one of 3 teams rather not to have put a time in, because Alula and Westbrook have had technical problems. We'll keep you posted if we hear anything about those two teams, currently 8th and 9th on the left-hand side of your screen. On board then now as we make our way with Timmy Hansen down towards turn 2. Timmy already a European Rallycross champion on 4 wheels. That's a very, very solid first sector indeed. And they were perfecting the boost on the back straight. This part of the track, when we got to Nigeria last time out, they were definitely the strongest between turn 1 and turn 2 on the way they were deploying the boost strategy. And you do have 20 seconds of boost available, and unlike last season, you can use it intermittently through the lap. It doesn't all have to be used in one go. Strong second sector as well then for Timmy. Over the line he comes now, and what has he done? We're going to get our answer. He's in 2nd place and only half a second down on Brady. There's Miami getting away as well at the far end of the course. Do you think that's affected them at all, Shelley, the fact that Miami were running just in front of them?
It definitely does. We've said this time and time again. Clean water is the key here. It's what the race bird loves. It wants smooth, clean water, so you can literally just glide across the top of it and just have those foils just literally tippy toes, as Sarah Mazer so beautifully explained once, with the tippy toes of the foils just in the water. Obviously, the less you've got in water, the less drag you've got. We all know that.
Miami having aborted this lap, as you saw for yourself. You are allowed 1 abort per session. Reason it's only 1, where you don't want to be getting in the way of everybody else. You don't want to go out there and disturb somebody else's lap and then abort your own. As Brady now with Emma once again make their way down towards turn 1, and it really has been a season of ups and downs for the reigning champions. They didn't actually lead the standings this season until the 5th round of the season at Monte Carlo in the Principality of Monaco. We had Aoki, Rafa as the championship leaders after the first 4 rounds. Then Brady hit the top, and they managed to hold on to the top spot in Lagos. What can they do at the end of the season? Are we going to get one last big surprise, I wonder? Is there going to be contact between any of these race birds on the all-important run down to turn 1? I mean, surely we're going to see some desperate moves. I don't want to tempt fate, Shelley, but when there's a title on the line, some mistakes could creep in. I think, as you said before, it's got to be about controlling the pressure and keeping your head. We have seen some people making some uncharacteristic errors, even when there wasn't a title on the line earlier on in the campaign. So heaven knows what's going to happen here this weekend.
Well, Emma definitely dropped off the foils there, and as you could see from the times, she did not beat her best time there. She did not beat the previous sectors that she'd done. So, yes, you can see it there. The pressure's building. She's gone out for a second lap. She's tried to improve it. She's tried to stay at the top. And maybe she pushed just a little bit too hard. Here we have Team Rafa, who are also desperate to take this championship away from Brady, and the pressure will be on. So let's see what she can do. She's definitely, she has. She's just got Sector 1 and Sector 2 top times, best time out there. Can she do it in number 3? Come on, Chris. Can she push Rafa above Brady and Brazil?
Remember, they had to switch to their spare boat from the last round onwards after that big collision they had back in Monte Carlo, and up into second place go the team who've only been on the podium once over the last 3 rounds. Well, it really is on, isn't it, here? First and second in the championship, first and second on the combined standings, but this is only the second of 4 qualifying group events here to take place. And so far, we've had 1 lap for Hansen and Stark. The 2 top of the title teams, Brady and Rafa, have done. Well, it's 2 for Rafa so far. Brady only 1. So Rafa the first to get their second lap completed as we rejoin Eric Stark and Miami on the run down into turn 2. I have to say, they're being very sensible, aren't they, now, compared to earlier on in the season when people were almost constantly holding others up for these qualifying time trials. I think they've all now learned that there is no point doing that. You want clear water in front of you. And unlike Monaco, for example, Shelley, we don't have a lot of traffic, do we, coming in and out here at the moment. The cruise ships will be released later on this afternoon, but it makes the water relatively calm on the surface, at least. So there are a lot of the pilots have been complaining about the current, haven't they, here, and the changeable current and the water bouncing back off the harbour wall. So how difficult does that make things when you've got all these currents coming at you from different directions?
It can make the cornering slightly harder because you've got a sort of underwater current pushing you sideways and unbalancing you slightly. Again, if the race bird stays on top of the water with the tips of the foils in the water, I don't think a current will help, disturb you that much. It would disturb you on the straight, so going down the back straight and coming on the sort of closer straight towards the shoreline there, it would just literally slower your speed a little bit because you're just battling against a stronger force under the water. But I don't think it will make a huge amount of difference, to be honest.
Everybody seems to be losing a lot of time at the moment in the third of the 3 sectors. There he is, a 33-year-old Kenneth Timmy Hansen, to give him his full name, from Goten in Sweden, 2019 FIA World Rallycross champion. And what a year that was when he actually finished the season level on points with Andreas Bakkerud, the Norwegian. That was memorable, and this could be memorable this weekend as well if they can back up their win from Nigeria with another one here in Miami. And at the moment they're certainly in the mix, aren't they? Because look at the situation of the 4 title contenders. They're in the top 5 with Brazil between them, and that would be bad news for the likes of Aoki and Team Blue Rising if you've got Brazil in there taking points away from you. Brazil, of course, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about their fight for the top 5 in the championship. They're only 5 points behind Westbrook Racing, who are 5th and suffering more technical problems here this weekend. So there's a great 3-way scrap at least between Westbrook, Drogba and Brazil for 5th, 6th and 7th in the championship standings. So a little subplot there to keep an eye on across the course of the weekend. What would be a tragedy, and I have to use that word advisedly, is if one of the non-title contending machines gets caught up with the title contenders. But it could happen. As I say, I don't want to tempt fate, but it could happen, because those who are not contending for the title, they know that the championship leaders need to be a bit careful, don't they?
I don't think it would be a tragedy, Greg. I think it would make excellent racing and a great championship.
A controversy, maybe.
A great championship final, and very, very exciting for all of us and everyone at home watching, and everyone in Miami. I mean, what a great spot they're in. Here we have Emma Kimmerlein. We can see her gauge here. She's in positive trim, so she's right up there. Positive trim gives you the stability, but less speed. So let's see if she's going to come down. Now she's in that straight. She's going to come down on the trim and try and get a little bit more speed. Trim in, lose the speed, but more stability. Is she going to do that? No, she's not. She's playing it safe. She's already got a good lap. Let's not mess it up. She's on the full throttle there. As you can see, Greg, they never come off the throttle. It's literally foot to the floor all the time, and they're balancing the boat with the trim and the boost. That's how they're getting more speed and actually using the brakes. They actually use the trim as a brake.
One thing Emma did say in a really telling interview with E1 earlier on in the year is how motherhood has changed her a lot, making me a better person, she said, and a better athlete as well, since the arrival of Mini-Me Kimmerleinen 12 years ago. And she's now in constant contact with the team. That'll be Sam Coleman, of course, and the rest of the squad, just explaining the conditions before Sam gets out there shortly. Back with Miami. Where are they? 7th place is the answer, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. And we await to see the fate of Westbrook and Alula as well, who still have not got out there with technical issues. So a really frustrating and difficult start to the weekend for them. Here come Miami. Completely different boost strategy to Emma, using quite a lot of the boost. As you can see that green line appearing. There it is, look, just underneath the team logo. And they seem to have aborted this run as well. They've lost a lot of time, haven't they, coming through that second and final corner then with Eric Stark, the Swedish pilot, on board. And there's some 8, needing 9 seconds actually off the pace at the moment. So I just wonder whether there is an issue here for Eric and for Team Miami. Not what you need with Mark Anthony set to be here across the weekend. Seems calm enough. He's been in some difficult situations across his career. Doesn't tend to crack under pressure. And it's just as well, really, because it seems as though they're really climbing an uphill struggle at the moment. All through the season, as we say, their best result was P6. It looked so good, didn't it? Remember back at Jeddah when they got the qualifying 3 points, the pole position, as it were, on day 1 of action at round 1. We were thinking Miami are really going to be in for a good season here. And since then, it really has not paid off at all, as Rafa blast their way down the start-finish and into their final lap of the session. This really is important now then for Chris Lazaraga.
Well, they've all got one more lap to do, and we've only got 1 minute 20 seconds left, so it could be a busy third lap out there. And so Chris has done well to get out there into this clean water and get that final lap in. It could be a little bit of a bun fight for everybody else.
Saw Tom Schatt watching on, and of all the teammates, they're definitely 2 of the closest. They're extremely close friends as well as teammates. As you've already said, Shelley, no lift off the throttle at all. If you're joining us for the first time, they operate the steering with an F1-like steering wheel with paddles on the back and buttons on the front. And then you've got a throttle pedal for the right foot as Rafa get back down towards turn 2 on the boost much earlier than Brady were. This is fascinating, isn't it, to see the different tactics. I wonder what they've all done in terms of prop choice as well, but they always keep that secret. We won't find that out. As Rafa, they haven't really put in any spectacular sector times. It's close at the top, just 1/10 of a second between Brady and Rafa, but we're not going to get an improvement, are we? And we don't from Chris Lazaraga. Don't forget, average times is what we need to remember. Each team has 2 pilots. They'll all have 3 laps, and you'll get the average combined best from both at the end of these qualifying time trials. Here come Brazil again. Only 5 seconds, though, now left on the clock. So we're not going to get a third lap for everybody, are we? As Brazil get going just in time. So they'll be allowed to complete their lap with Hansen, because Brady and Miami now are back in the launch zone. So I don't know whether that's tactics or problems.
Well, maybe they were holding back to see if Rafa beat Brady. They didn't, so Brady, why do they need to go for a third lap and possibly damage something? So I would say that was very, very clever tactical racing there by Team Brady, Emma Kimmerlein and her team.
Yes, because they know, don't they, Brady, that gremlins can creep in. Remember that gearbox issue they had? And then very, very unfortunate when they were craned back into the water just a few seconds earlier in Nigeria, and Coleman would have got a lap in. So, as you say, I think they're just trying to play the long game here and thinking about the championship all the time. What can Brazil do? That's a very, very good second sector indeed then for Timmy Hansen, the Swede now. Does he have any boost left, I wonder? If he does, he'll be applying it right now. He certainly does. The green bar decreases. Can he do anything about Brady or Rafa? Yes, he can. Look at that. Timmy Hansen. I said there could be some spoilers in it, Shelley. And Hansen, never mind the title fighters, I'm moving ahead of all of you.
Do you know what? You just nearly took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to say, let's hope that Brazil doesn't go out and whoop Team Brady. And they did. Right into the middle of the mix.
Timmy on board. Well, never mind the title contenders. You just want to win another event, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed winning in Lagos that time. That was fun. So we trying to do it again. It was close this time. It was all about getting that clean water. I tried to race Brady to get the very first lap. That's super crucial because then the water is like swimming pool. But they got the better this time, so I aborted the first lap, and then we waited until the very, very last second to have as clear water as we could to cross the start line for my last lap, and I knew I had to nail it. It wasn't perfect. I think we went faster in practice, but you know, in a trial like this, when we only have 3 shots, it's a lot more pressure, and it's not as easy to go, you know, to nail it that perfectly. But yeah, we got a good run.
Thank you very much indeed, Timmy. Good luck for the rest of the event. And as he says, Shelley, he was fastest in practice because he did a 1 minute 2.7, this time a 1:05.2. So yes, some way off for 3 seconds or so, but maybe the conditions have changed a little bit. Those currents we were talking about earlier on. This is great, isn't it, with Brazil getting in on the act. He couldn't care less with respect about the title contenders. All 4 title contenders are locked together there at the moment on the timesheet: 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
I would just love to be in the mission control with Team Brady right now, who thought, we don't need to do a third lap, we've got this. Rafa are the only ones we're worried about, and Brazil has just gone in there and gone, whoop. Thank you very much. I'll take that top spot in qualifying time trials. Absolutely brilliant, and that is what is going to be so exciting this weekend. Here we have Chris and Tom not looking too happy. Chris is not looking too happy about this. And shame we can't hear what's going on, but she's, yeah. You can see by the body language there, she's definitely not happy about something that's gone on out there in qualifying time trials.
No, now Brazil in the last lap do 3. So I am 3 number 2.
A real mixture there as well of 2 different languages, a little bit of Spanish, CCC, and quite a lot of English as well. And I think even Tom was surprised by the time Brazil managed to do in comparison with everybody else, because Timmy was 0.6 quicker than Brady. I can tell you there was only 1.5 tenths of a second. That's all it was between Brady and Rafa. So look at that, look at those gaps between the top 2 in the championship, 2nd and 3rd in the session. Miami in that particular session was 4th, but with some issue, as we saw, for Eric Stark, nearly 10 seconds, just over 9 seconds to be precise, off the pace. So they've got time to hopefully get that sorted. This is the combined situation across the 2 group sessions we've seen so far here in the qualifying time trials at Miami. It's the 7th and final round of the season so far for E1 in 2025. And I can tell you it was Brazil from Brady, Rafa, Aoki, Blue Rising, Drogba and Miami, your top 7. Okay, let's see if we can find some more information shortly, because Taylor is down there. You can see her on the left-hand side of your screen. Let's see if we can find out what's actually going on down there.
Chris, down here on the launch zone, you've just come back in. How are we feeling about the boat, the water here in Miami?
Well, we had a really tough day yesterday, so I'm happy that the boat at least is working. It's a really nice place, so let's see what weekend we can have.
And thoughts about Tom? I know you two chat a lot about strategy and working together. What is the communication like right now?
No, it's super good. We are all, both of us, focused on the same goal, which is winning the championship. So, yeah. We have to get to work.
All right, well, I'll let you. I know you're heading out right now to do some more team meetings, but thanks for chatting with me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taylor, and I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's all about the communication. Did you see how fast Chris was as well there to walk off? She's not being rude at all, but I think ordinarily she would have stayed with Taylor for a bit of a follow-up chat there, but they've got to get back to business, haven't they, and get the debrief underway and find out where they're losing time. Here then are those combined results. Westbrook and Alula with their problems, but the title contenders are 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, with Brazil spoiling the party for everybody. We'll have a pilot switch in the next few minutes. The others will get back out there, having had those debriefs with their teammates. And then later on, we'll have the combined results, those average best times. Well, you know what, I've got to say in this commentary box, I'm nervous. I feel nervous for them. You know, coming on air today, my heart was going like a trip hammer because we've never felt tension like this before, have we, Sheila? I don't know whether it's just me or whether you're feeling the same, but it's almost a horrible tension in some ways, isn't it? And I'm not even on board.
It is a horrible tension. I'm used to it from the racing world.
Yeah.
I'm used to being in the cockpit and or actually feeling all the tension build up to the race. I usually actually just go and sort of take myself away quietly, away from everybody. So I understand where Chris is coming from.
Here's the best action so far. We'll be back shortly. Okay, we're going to get a pilot switch now here at Miami. What a beautiful setting this is as we come across the Atlantic for the first time ever at the close of Season 2 for E1. We look down on Team Blue Rising. These race birds becoming a more familiar sight now, aren't they? On a 4th different continent of the season. Round 7 of 7. This is the title decider. Alejandro Agag here, delighted to be here. I'm sure there'll be some fantastic corporate hospitality and some very famous guests as well, not least the 2 men you see on the right-hand side of your screen. Okay, we get the second pilots now. Blue Rising, Drogba, Alula, Aoki and Westbrook. Hopefully, though, it's Alula and Westbrook because they had some issues which kept them out of the earlier sessions. Remember, we have a 4-way fight for the championship. Brady, Rafa, Blue Rising and Aoki are covered by only 20 points with 42 points available over the race weekend. Mark Anthony then is here. He's turned up as early as he possibly can to support his squad, his fighters. Team Miami here in Miami. I think it's fair to say then, Shelley, with Mark Anthony here, you're in your home city. There's a little bit of pressure there maybe creeping in for the 2 pilots. Or will they see it as more of a motivator and feel more comfortable? I guess it depends on each person's personality, perhaps.
I would say it's definitely a motivator, and it's their hometown. They're racing in Miami. This is the E1. This is Miami E1, the big race finale of the season. But the boat just isn't. The Racebird's just not hacking it, is it? It just has never had the right speed all season, and it's a real shame. I'm not quite sure why, but let's hope we can see something different here.
Incidentally, it's Patricia Peter and Eric Stark for Team Miami, but that white boat you saw a moment ago, that's going to take some getting used to. That's the spare boat then for Westbrook Racing. So we're not going to be seeing the usual red lot. This is the red of Lucas Ordonez, but they're in their spare boat at the moment, Lucas. I think you can probably hear me, can't you, down there? It is what it is, yes. Okay, well, yeah, you can hear us. Yeah, it is what it is.
What a year, guys, what a year.
Indeed, you really have not had the luck, have you? So far this season, Westbrook Racing. They're such a good bunch as well. 3 times they've finished in 4th place to still be inside the top 5 of the championship. And more problems. They had a battery problem last time out. There was a wiring loom issue earlier on in the season. Anyway, let's try and forget about that and hope for better fortune for them now as Lucas's teammate Sarah Price gets out there. 5 of the race birds, then it's going to be another drag race, isn't it, to the line as Westbrook comes shooting up alongside Blue Rising. John Peters for Blue Rising. Fellow American Sarah Price on his right. Also in the action here will be Micah Wilkinson, the pilot from New Zealand for Drogba, Rusty Wyatt, the Canadian for Alula, and Mashael Alabadan for Aoki. They're all in the lineup with 20 minutes to go in this session. And Westbrook are already abandoning the lap from the looks of things with that white livery with their spare race bird.
Do you know what? I think that was quite a little bit of a tactical thing for Westbrook Racing there. I think they were just practicing their start because they've never raced that boat. They've got the spare boat out. So I think they were just doing a little bit of a, how do I can get this up onto the start run and have a little test. So I think that was quite clever there, actually. And then they aborted it. So they've now got 3 nice laps to do for qualifying.
It's going to be a little bit like Rafa, isn't it, back at Monaco when you have to go into the spare boat. It's not going to feel the same, is it? I guess it's like buying the same pair of shoes, but they're not going to feel exactly the same as the ones you've been wearing all through the season, are they?
It's a one design class, and everyone would say, well, it's a boat. Every boat's the same. What difference does it make? But it does. It makes a huge difference. You literally learn to feel and live that race bird and how it handles. So, yes, it's a huge blow for Westbrook Racing. But again, thank goodness it wasn't one of those top 4 championship titles, because can you imagine if one of those boats they'd had to swap to the spare boat? Oh, the drama that would have caused. So yes, here we go with Team Drogba. Mika doing a good job there, and great, look at that. He's actually just beaten every sector there.
Yeah, that was a really strong start, wasn't it, for the Olympian, the medalist in the world of sailing, Micah Wilkinson. As I said before, they were featured on Champions of the Water, the E1 documentary last time out. Each time we go to a different venue, the team are filming behind the scenes with a different squad, and there really is a great feeling in that particular team. Also with Rihanna as well, who is the reserve pilot. Each team has a reserve pilot, just in case they're needed to be called upon. Aoki over the line with Mashayal Alabadan. Westbrook here just behind them, look. So if you are just switching on, it is Westbrook we're watching. They're running with their spare boat here, not the usual red livery, on the boost now. Hopefully, in the wash of Aoki, they won't get delayed. They should be okay, look, because Aoki are moving out of the way. So that was sensible as Westbrook made their way down into turn one. The target time from earlier on the combined times is a 1:08.5. So already, as you say, Shelley, that's been beaten by Micah Wilkinson on 1:08.1. So the times are improving now as the second pilots get out there. Let's see what Westbrook can do.
So they're on the boost as they go down the straight. Different tactic there. She's using the boost as they go down the straight there, Sarah, as opposed to doing it in the corner, which we've seen so many times. Interesting. Is she going to get some more speed there? She is positive on the trim. She's actually doing really well there in a new boat, because she's playing with the trim, struggling to keep it up on the foils, I think, which that is exactly where you would be, trying to handle a new boat and just get the feel of it. So it'll be very interesting to see what this new boat can do. Sorry, new boat to Westbrook, the spare boat for the E1 series, whether it comes out and does a good time.
Over the line we go, and Westbrook, well, it's an improvement after the technical problems earlier on, but as Lucas said, what a year. You never know, though. There's a title up for grabs. Others might make mistakes. Here's Alula. They've not been without their issues either. They were the only new team, by the way, for E1 for 2025. We've already had the announcement as well that we're going to have a new Monaco team as well for 26, so we'll see how that pans out over the new season in 2026. But in the meantime, we look back across the left hydrofoil of Alula, down the start straight. The boost is charging itself back up again now, which is why you saw that grey line on the right-hand side of the screen. And Rusty Wyatt, the Canadian, is over the line. And they're down in 8th place at the moment. You can see, obviously, not all of the teams have yet got a lap in with both of their pilots. So that's why you're seeing some of the numbers are highlighted in green, and some of them are highlighted in blue on the left-hand side of your screen, because once the second pilot goes out, the system automatically starts to generate an average of the time so far.
Well, we've just heard that actually Team Blue Rising and Alula, I believe, were both... Apologies, Greg. It was Team Blue Rising and Westbrook actually had their first laps disqualified because they jumped the start.
Oh, okay, so that's another thing. We said there might be some errors creeping in, and that's something they'll have to keep a very close eye on as well across the racing action in the qualifying races later on. Jim Jackson will be the start marshal here in Miami this weekend. So when we get racing action later, watch out for a yellow flag and a green flag. And if anyone goes before the green flag is dropped, there will be penalties, and it's already happened and decided some really crucial moments in the season earlier on in 25. This is Aoki. Mashayal Alabadan on board, teammate to Danny Kloss, Steve Aoki, of course, the world-famous DJ here in Miami this weekend. Mashayal from Saudi Arabia. That, of course, is where we started the season. It feels a long time ago, doesn't it now? Back at Jeddah and round one. Second place at the moment, provisionally then, but this is all going to keep changing, isn't it, as we get to the second of the groups coming out shortly. But we still have 14 minutes left in this one. Rusty Wyatt has just started a lap for Alula. You can see his time at the top of your screen, but we look down from the drone on Mashayal Alabadan. Her lowest moment of the season certainly was when she made that mistake, if you remember, and took the wrong version of the course. That was back at Lago Maggiore earlier on in the season, but they are still the only squad, Aoki, Danny Kloss and Mashayal, to have 2 victories so far. Round 1 at Jeddah, and then Dubrovnik at round 3, after which on both occasions they were leading the E1 series.
I think everyone is playing with the boost out there at the moment, because they're doing it in all different places. We've just seen the boost around the corner and not coming out of the corner. So Everyone's out there trying to do a different tactic just to try and get that edge. Would this help us get a faster lap? So very interesting strategies going on here, and probably a lot of communication between the pilots and mission control.
Yes, and that's why the boost button and the radio button are the ones located on the top of the steering wheel. The boost, to be operated with your right thumb, is a purple button top right of the steering wheel, and just opposite there's a blue button top left for the radio. And they're often using both at the same time, aren't they, when they want the radio open, especially at the starts of the events when the team are telling them who's around you in the ball of spray. Here in the meantime then, a Blue Rising, we're on board with them now.
Well, this is actually their first, this is their lap, so this is it. Can he put some times in here? Obviously, contender for the championship, and as we've said before, they could be the secret weapon out there that's going to come forward and push Brady and Rafa off those top spots.
And they crucially took the fastest lap as well in Lagos when we were last racing at round 6. Can you believe, Shelley, we've had 6 rounds so far in 2025, and 6 different teams have taken that fastest lap. That's a bonus point that's given out on the main race day in any of the sessions, and what a time it was, a 106.7. John Peters then throws down the gauntlet with just under 12 minutes to go in this qualifying time trial. And Blue Rising, who we had a funny feeling about, didn't we, at the start of the weekend? They're third in the championship, 9 points off Brady, the reigning champions and current leaders. And that now puts a different dynamic on the session for everybody else.
They could take this championship secretly from that position and just go to that top spot and push Rafa and Brady out the way.
I mean, we could have as few as just 6 points, couldn't we, in theory, between the top 3 if Blue Rising were to grab the qualifying race victory later on when 3 points are available. There's so many different permutations available, but it could be as few as 6 points between the top 3 if Blue Rising are on top later. Lucas then continuing to watch on for Westbrook. Blue Rising on the combined standings at the moment, then leading the way from Drogba and Aoki. Westbrook and Alula, the 2 other teams who've already got laps in with both of their pilots. That's where their position numbers are highlighted in green on the left-hand side of your screen. So strange, I still can't get used to this, watching a white race bird for Westbrook. Why is it called Westbrook, I hear you ask? Well, that is the name of Will Smith's production company. Oh, that was an aggressive turning, wasn't it, for Sarah Price? Personal best sector so far in the opening 2 segments. The lap split up into 3 parts for the benefits of timing. Quite a lot of boost still left as well, Shelley. Making our way to the line.
Pushing that boost off the boost now. Obviously, he'd run out. She only had a teeny little bit left there, so that didn't really help her. They are off the pace a bit. It is hard swapping boats. It's a one design class, but I'd love to know what Sarah thinks of it after this. What Sarah Price, thinks of this. How different did it feel from their normal boat? Or is it just like changing from one to the other? I'd love to know if there was some little idiosyncrasies that she could explain to us and maybe not give too many secrets away.
They probably won't mind as much, will they, about giving secrets away, because they're not entitled to contention anyway. Look at the size of these cruise ships, and look how many of them there are around here. What a setting here at Biscay Bay in Miami for round 7. Okay, 9.5 minutes to go. Rusty Wyatt blasts his way down towards turn 1, and he is going to be the first to complete his 3rd lap in this session. So this is his last gasp lap now as he comes down into turn 1. There's the second apex of the corner. He was absolutely blind for a moment there. You see the screen there in the middle of the Racebird, often completely covered in water, and you can't literally see where you're going for a good few seconds. Up on the foils again, doing exactly what they did back in Nigeria and using the boost on the back straight. Very similar course layout here to Nigeria, completely different to what we saw at Majore earlier in the year, which was very much a triangular layout.
You can see him boosting just a little bit too much. They lose balance, lose the stability, and then he drops down into the water where the hull hits the water. And as we've said so many times before, that does not make the E1 Racebird go as fast as they can. So trying just a little bit too hard there, I think.
Rusty chatting with me last night was saying this is by far the closest I've been to home so far, of course, coming from Canada. And Westbrook back in with the spare boat. Let's try and listen.
Like, something's weird where it just like throws you. But that's it, really. The rest is the same.
Something weird where it just throws you, Sarah said to Lucas. Do you know what? I think they're doing a great job, don't you, under the circumstances? I mean, what else could possibly go wrong for Westbrook this season?
I think they're doing a fabulous job there. You could see Lucas supporting her and pushing her on, saying, well done, that's great. I mean, poor Sarah, she was the first person to go out and actually try the practice boat out of the two. So she's done really well. But you heard her say, there's not much difference. So that just goes to show how brilliantly these E1 Racebirds have all been built. They are so alike. You can jump in any boat on the course and still take your same tactics, your same skills, and do well. So that's really good to hear that they're happy with that spare boat.
Yeah, it's really impressive, isn't it, how this relatively new technology has come on since it was starting to be developed a couple of years ago now. A lot of that development work going on back in Italy. But with 7 minutes to go, Aoki are stationary at the moment as Rafa Nadal, the king of clay himself, is here in Miami. We've got a big turnout, haven't we, from all of the celebrity team owners, a selection of entrepreneurs, sports people here this weekend in Miami. And Rafa played a very important part, didn't he? Remember Monaco earlier on in the year when Chris Lazaraga and Tom Schaap were quite shaken up, weren't they, by the incident and the uncertainty, having to switch to another boat. Rafa, with all his experience against the likes of Djokovic and Federer and co, he stepped in, didn't he, and sort of grabbed the bull by the horns and calmed everybody down.
He did a great team talk. His experience really shone through as a team player at that point, and was very calming and very, very supportive to Team Rafa. Really lovely to see. Team Blue rising here. Let's see what they can do. Here is our secret weapon, as they say, who wants to take the championship today and has every chance to do it.
He's very, very calm. He's extremely composed. Brilliant trivia as well, I have to say, from our beloved colleague Jack Nichols, who's just said that Rafa actually never won a title in the tennis world here in Miami. One of only 3 places. It was here in Miami, Shanghai, and there was one more in there as well where he's not yet won, well, hadn't won a title. I say not yet, as though Rafa's still playing professional tennis. Thanks, Jack. It was Paris, the other one. So can they win a title here? Can they make up for it? They may well do, because they're only 3 points behind Brady. As we focus now on Blue Rising, these are the ones that we really have a funny feeling about, because they're, I'm not going to say they're the outsider, because they're 3rd and 4th, and now look, he's definitely backing off. Now, is that a problem? It can't be tactics, can it, surely? What's happened to Blue Rising?
I think that was a problem, because the throttle just literally dropped there. Yeah. You saw the speed just come off the throttle there. It wasn't like he came down slowly, or has he just aborted that lap? Let's hope he has, and they haven't got any technical problems.
Okay, seems to be moving again now. He'll get one more lap in, but that was a strange one for them to just back off like that. Everyone else then in the milling area. I think I just saw somebody beginning to blast away. It may well have been Aoki. Yeah, here they are as we look down then from the drone. So Blue Rising, hopefully for their sake, that is not an issue, and it was just tactical.
Well, the course is completely clear, so if you're going to do a speed lap now, this is the time to nail it. It's perfectly clean, clear water, flat, like a swimming pool, as they say. They say we all want it to be like a swimming pool. Well, now is the time, Michelle, so off you go.
First and second in the first 3 races of the season. Failed to make the final, would you believe, in the last 3 rounds, but still title contenders. We remind you, 4th overall, yet to take a qualifying pole. They have had a fastest lap. That was back at Dubrovnik. That really was a great weekend for them, because that was one of their 2 wins so far as well, to leave them 20 points behind. Have had a few technical gremlins, though. A few mistakes have been made. They've had a jump start penalty a couple of times. All of the boost being used very early there. And it takes approximately double the amount of seconds you've been on the boost for it to recharge again. So I always use that example of, if you're on the boost for 3 seconds, it'll take 6 seconds to get back to that amount of boost. It does recharge as the lap continues from the battery on board the E1 Racebird. all of these boats with a minimum weight of 1,300 kilos to make sure that it's the same for everybody, because of course you get different weights depending on the pilot on board, so they try and level things out as best they can. Michelle makes her way over the line, a personal best in Sector 2, and up to third position then on the combined standings, but this will continue to change as the others get back out there with their second pilots in the remaining group coming up after this one. So 3 minutes to go. What's the situation? We've had 3 laps completed for Aoki, so they're done. Michelle now peeling back into the launch zone. Rusty Wire and Alula are also done. We've only had the 1 lap from John Peters so far in Blue Rising. So with the amount of time we've got left, we'll probably only get 1 more lap in now for Blue Rising, Drogba and Westbrook, if they are able to rejoin the action. Here comes John Peters. If he keeps going, actually, for a second lap, he might just get 2 in. It's going to be very close, though, with only 2 minutes just over that left on the clock. Drogba waiting behind sensibly. They don't want to get in the wake, do they? Here we go again, then, with the king of the starts. John Peters blasts away.
He's certainly got a nice, flat, smooth, clean course there ahead of him.
Okay, let's see what happens this time. Surely then it was just tactics, wasn't it? Thankfully, mercifully, last time round, and not a technical problem, as we feared, unless it was an intermittent issue. I'm sure we'll find out after the session. This is the part of the course where he backed off the throttle. You have to go inside that yellow marker on the right-hand side of your screen, so he'll go to the left of it, which he does. To be as close to it as possible, to lose as little time as possible. Full throttle, as Shelley's already said, up on the foils. See the boost increasing on the graphic. Back on the boost now. When it highlights green, you're on the boost. Look, he's dabbing the boost. He's on and off and on and off, just punching that boost button with his right thumb to save plenty now. Flat out on the throttle, flat out on the boost, all the way down the main straight for Team Blue Rising, and that was the best overall second and third sectors, a 106.1, and they are leading this session. He has 1 more lap if he wants it, but he's obviously chosen not to take it now with less than 1 minute to go. So Blue Rising really are looking good so far here at Miami. Now, did Drogba get away? Because they're going to have to start moving quickly if they're going to. They have 42 seconds left in the session, but now Blue Rising, we're here, are under investigation for some reason. So another question mark thrown into the equation. I don't know whether it was a jump start or some other possible infringement. We'll find out shortly. Here go Drogba, perfect timing. Just under half a minute to go. Now, what can Micah Wilkinson do?
I'm surprised Westbrook didn't stay out and do another lap just to give themselves some more practice and time in the spare boat. But they obviously chose not to.
Down through turn 1, hooking it beautifully. That was tremendous, wasn't it? As we continue to look down on Micah Wilkinson. Let's see if we can find out what's going on then with Team Blue Rising and their tactics through this session. Drogba making their way down towards the left-hander at turn 2. Past the Carnival Conquest. Into turn 2 now. Drogba we are looking down on through the second apex now. Let's see what they can do. And that's a very, very strong second sector indeed. 1.3 inside. Let's see, are we going to get the yellow flashes of Drogba jumping up ahead of Team Blue Rising as he crosses the line? That was a strong lap indeed, wasn't it, for them? And look at the gap as well. It's only 0.02 of a second. They're fastest in this session, but second on the combined standings, Shelley.
That was a great, great lap there by Mika. Absolutely spot on the money there, and very, very smooth. And again, we've got the outsiders of the championships coming up and mixing all the times up. It is so exciting.
Blue Rising back in. I think John Peters is going to have a big smile on his face, and certainly not for the first time this season, as he swaps back around again very shortly with his teammates. Sarah Mizia, the 27-year-old from Jamaica. John, of course, 43, who, by the way, is the oldest of the pilots in the field. And don't forget, as the weekend goes on, they keep alternating between the different pilots, and they'll be making the all-important pilot choice very shortly indeed before we get into the qualifying races. And then, of course, Shelley, they're locked in, aren't they? They can't change then. So they'll need to think, if they're hoping to get to the final, which of your pilots do you want in the final? You've got to work backwards, haven't you, when you're making that pilot choice?
But I think, do you know what? All our pilots are so equal. Nobody really stands out as being stronger than the other, and they work so brilliantly as a team. The camaraderie in E1 is lovely, but I think in the individual teams, the female and the male pilot, it is just a great, great bond, and they support each other so well. It's really, really good to see.
Retirement plan to sell gourmet pickles. Did you see that on the graphic just a moment ago? I don't think he's going to be retiring anytime soon, though, as we look down on the E1 setup here. What a beautiful afternoon as well it is here at Miami. Very, very calm breeze. It is very uncomfortable, though, on board the Racebirds. The pilots have been telling us with the humidity. It's making it particularly uncomfortable. Not quite as bad and hot and sweaty as I don't think as it was at Lago Maggiore in Italy earlier on in the campaign. But enough as a plane in the background comes out of Miami International Airport. There's a lot of helicopters flying around here as well, as you can often hear on the coverage. It's just a great buzz, isn't it, all round? The traffic on the road, the boats on the water, it's beautiful.
I just love it with the metropolis of the city behind. It's a great, great venue, and it's really quite different to any other venue that we have been to, where we are racing so close to a massive city. It's just great. But you can see it's really odd, Greg, because we've had real traffic, haven't we, in Croatia, etc. Here we've got traffic, but it's not upsetting our race course at all, which is really good.
So John Peters is with Taylor. I'm sure he's very happy.
Down here with John Peters. You just got out of the boat, and what a run it was. You guys are now on the top.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely. I know you put out a statement last night that you guys were almost too fast, and it seems like you're living up to it.
I had no part to that. I had zero. I woke up this morning, read the first line, and I thought it was something important, and I just ignored it. So I went back to bed.
In case you missed it at home, check out Team Blue Rising social media. They put out a press release that they are absolutely too fast, apologizing to all the other competitors. But it seems like you're going to have to do that in person right now.
You know what? We'll put our money where our mouth is. Wait, no. We will put it where our performance is, not where our mouth is. How about that?
And how is Sarah excited, the excitement, the communication between the two of you on the water?
You know, I always love it because I always get mad, and then I realize it's not really that big of a deal that I got mad about something, but then I already said it. So it's always like a humility thing. I have to go check myself before I wreck myself, so hopefully we don't get too much of that on the audio.
Oh, my goodness. Well, John's down here. We're having good spirits and a good time down in the launch zone.
Yeah, that official apology statement was put out, as you say, Taylor, earlier on. I was a bit worried at first. I thought, what on earth has been going on for an apology to be issued? And then I suddenly realised, Shelley, as we read it, their apology was, our pilots are making electric boat racing look too easy and it's stressing out the competitions. Fans have stopped asking who's racing today and started asking when will Blue Rising be winning again, and it goes on. Other teams are running extra strategy meetings labelled how to stop Team Blue Rising, and even the commentators have started keeping a separate mic apparently for the highlights as we look at the results. But that really has shaken up everybody else, hasn't it? And fighting talk from Blue Rising, but Drogba leading the way in that particular session with Micah Wilkinson. Then it's Blue Rising, despite the apology. Westbrook with their problems, Aluda with their problems earlier on, and Aoki Racing. But this really will unfold when the next session takes place, and we'll get those combined average times from each of the pilots in each of the 9 teams, with 4 of them fighting for the championship here in Miami on an absolute knife edge. Marshall Al-Abadan here has rewound the feed, I can hear, and has gone back to watch the sessions we've seen so far. I wonder whether she's looking, Shelley, more at themselves or others to see where they can learn. I would imagine a combination of both. What about Rafa, though? They're second in the championship, 3 points behind Brady as they fight for the lead. And Taylor now is with Tom Schaap.
Back on the launch zone, and I run into Tom. Tom, I had a chance to speak with Chris earlier. She seemed a little upset about something. What's going on here? I know you guys had some troubles yesterday, but the boat is out running today.
Yeah, yesterday was a bit difficult for us because we're struggling a lot. We recover our boat after like the shipping between Lagos and here, and we have many issues. So yesterday we was not able to do any practice. All the other guys like train like 4 or 5 sessions. Us, we stay all the day in the garage, so it was really, really difficult and frustrating for us. So, but yeah, today we are here, we are able to play. We did, we just make 1 session to discover the track, to try some settings, so it's quite rushed, but at the end we managed not so bad, and we do P3 actually, so, but we will be able to fight here.
Awesome. Well, best of luck out there today.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thanks, Taylor. He seems calm enough, doesn't he? But I'm going to say and stress calm enough because we know there's tension with him and with Chris Lazaraga compared to the other teams. They're just trying to suss out the situation, really, and work out what it is they need to do. Here are all the teams. This is what's known as the launch zone, lined up in championship order here at Miami. And this has changed so many times after every single round, bar just last time. The championship order, the championship lead, I should say, has changed. It's Aoki, Rafa, Brady, Brady. Those are the championship leaders we've had after the first 6 rounds of the season in 2025. So Blue Rising, they're actually just at the back of the picture look at the moment. I don't know why they've not come through into their normal position there, just between Rafa and Aoki, perhaps some checks going on, and then I'm sure they'll make their way back through shortly to that 3rd place here in the launch zone. I think the thing I take so far, I don't know whether you agree, is just the overall tension from everybody. People are being polite, people are being friendly, but they're not giving anything away at all, are they? What about Micah Wilkinson then with Drogba? He is with Taylor now as well, and he's certainly one of the happiest, smiliest pilots in the whole of E1.
Good. Down here with Micah Wilkinson, Team Drogba, all high spirits. You seem like you're down here doing a lot of media appearances. You guys are quite popular, but you did have an amazing run out there in the boat. You guys, I believe, are 2nd. You're not sure.
I'm not exactly sure, yeah. I think we're having a pretty rough quali there. My first 2 laps were horrible, so I managed to pull one out of the death, and I think it was a 104, so I've stuck with that.
And how's Oben feeling?
Oben's good, yeah. As a team, we're just building throughout the season. We had such an amazing home event in Lagos, and then coming here, we've got some new team members, and I think we're going all right. We're very excited for next season. I think we're going to be in the hunt.
Well, we're still here. Back up a little bit.
Yeah,
we're here. We've got some new team members, like you said. How are the waters? We're on a different continent. This is all new.
Yeah, you're right. Got a bit ahead of myself there, but we still want to win this event. I reiterate. No, it's lovely. This venue here in Miami. I mean, the stunning backdrop. The water's great, and met some pretty cool people so far. So we're enjoying ourselves.
It's feeling the Miami vibes.
Fully feeling the Miami vibes. Having fun.
All right, thank you, Micah.
See you later.
Thanks, Micah. Thanks, Taylor. He'll be turning 30, incidentally, on the 6th of February next year. New Zealand sailor, of course. As I said before, he's won Olympic medals as well when he was up along with Erica Dawson in the 2020 Summer Olympics, and always with a smile on his face. We will be back shortly with more pilots still to head out to get those combined qualifying time trial times. Here we go then, one more qualifying time trial remaining here at E1 Miami. Stand by for drama again, and this is going to be busy, busy, busy out on the water with no fewer than 6 teams preparing for action. That's a one way to cool down, I guess, with no air conditioning on board for Tom Chat. But this is no time for jokes, because we've got a championship on the line as we come across the pond for the first time. Wow, he really is feeling the heat, isn't he? Shelley, Jory Lee and Greg Haynes are with you, but Will Smith, Rafa, Nadal, a selection of celebrities here, the team owners in Miami this weekend. Roddy Basso on the left-hand side of your screen, who oversees the whole E1 series. Title on the line though, Shelley, only 20 points between the top 4, and of course all of the celebrities are backing their own teams. Can Mark Anthony's lot get in on the act and maybe take some points off the title contenders? Brady, Rafa, Team Blue Rising and Aoki are covered by only 20 points, with no less than 42 points available over the course of the weekend.
There's the beautiful Sophie Horn there, who is actually the designer of the E1 Series Racebird. Very, very talented young lady there.
It's a very, very busy weekend, isn't it, for the corporate hospitality then here in Miami. Rafa then will be out there with Brazil, Brady, Miami here at home, Alula and Westbrook. Let's get the housekeeping out of the way. Westbrook's boat has been sorted out, so touch wood, they'll be able to get going again. Miami, though, have had a problem, and they are now in the spare Racebird. Reminds you of the championship situation after 6 of the 7 rounds. Brady lead Rafa by 3 points. Blue Rising are third, 9 points off the leaders. Aoki very much the outsiders, but things could turn around again. They already have several times this season. Aoki are 20 points off the lead, so all they can do is aim for the top spot in qualifying here today and winning the event tomorrow. It's easy for me to say though, isn't it? Some of the teammates have already been out there and done their runs. After this next session, do we know what time it is? I'll tell you guys, the race is starting, or the session I should say, starting in 1 minute and 40 seconds. At the end of this, we'll combine the best average times, as each of the squad's pilots would have been out there. Lucas Ordonez seems calm enough. He couldn't believe it earlier, could he, Shelley? The fact they had another issue with their boat. He's back on board the main boat now, having used the spare earlier on. Fingers crossed for them. Now, we often get a race, don't we, down to the first corner, even though these are only qualifying time trials. Why is that, Shelley? Why would they be racing each other when this is just about getting lap times in?
Because everybody wants that course in the swimming pool style, as they say. They want the course to be flat, calm, with absolutely no turbulence and no washes out there, no traffic. So everybody fights for that first position. So who do you think's going to go here? I'm going to put my money on Westbrook and Brazil, but I think Rafa is going to go in the middle.
Rafa, the orange boat, as you can see there in the middle. Let's see who gets down there first. They can't jump, of course, before the clock has hit 0 seconds. That's the countdown to the start, of course, that you can see there at the bottom of your screen.
We've got a lot of boats out here in this session, so we've actually got 25 minutes, is that right, Greg?
Yes, it
is.
is.
Them. So they've got plenty of time to find the clean water and the break in the sort of mayhem, as it were. So, oh, here we go, yes. Oh, Rafa's not going.
Oh, they're going to hold back then.
Look at Brady coming right through the middle. It is like a start. So 3 of them off on qualifying. Now, who is going to abort their lap and back off? It's like playing chicken.
It is like a high-speed game of chess, isn't it? Sam Coleman's definitely not backing off. The propelled Welshman, who's in the middle of the 3 Racebirds, nobody's backing off. Westbrook on the inside with Lucas Ordonez. They're good mates, those two, the Spanish racing driver. And Sam Coleman seems to have had to give in on that one. Brazil are on the outside. Westbrook definitely had the advantage. This is not a race. These are qualifying time trials as we look back now from Westbrook. And that's a pretty similar view to what the pilot has with all that spray. The others have had to back off by the looks of it. Brady and Brazil have definitely backed out of that. So Westbrook up on the foils, and they are going for it. They've had no luck at all, have they, through the whole season? So far, they've been off the podium at all of the rounds we have had, but 3 fourth places, and that consistency has left the Red Racebird 5th in the championship out of 9, despite not being on the podium yet.
Do you know what, Greg? I've got a feeling that they are all practicing their starts secretly. I don't think they are. That yes, they do want that flat water and that first run out there. But I also think it's an ideal time for them just to get their trim and boost absolutely right up to the start line. So I think it's a secret little start run practice.
So it's almost as though they don't mind ditching one of their laps, knowing they've got another 2 available, perhaps, just to get things... Well, that's an interesting one, Shelley. We'll keep an eye on that. Lucas has gone over the line with a 106.6. Blue Rising earlier on, it did a 106.7. So the pace is quick then, as the celebs watch on back at base. What they need to keep an eye on, though, is on the left-hand side of the screen, and they can see the same pictures as us. Those numbers are in green now because they're the combined times. The one's still in blue. Only one pilot's put a time in so far. Let's see what Alula can do here now with Katie Munnings. Welcome back to Katie. She was on Extreme H duties last time out, so she didn't come with us to Nigeria. So she's now racing here in E1 for the first time since round 5 back in Monte Carlo. As we look down from the drone, let's see what she can do. Team Alula, our only new team in E1 for 2025. Not in the title fight, but as we said earlier on, could definitely be a spoiler in this if they're taking teams off some of those top 4. Brady, Rafa, TBR and Aoki. Really interesting though. I'm curious about what you said regarding those potential practice starts and the tactics. We'll have to see if Taylor can do some digging later on.
Yes, or I might do some private digging tonight with some of the pilots that I know and just say, is that what you do? But I mean, very clever if they do. You've got to make the most of every moment out on the water, and as we know, that start is so important during a race to get the lead and get some clean water.
Okay, so we look down on Alula. They've just moved up into the combined top 5. They're the 5th of the teams to actually get in laps with their 2 pilots so far. We move across there now to Rafa. It's been a great season, hasn't it? They've had a pole, they've had a win, they've had a fastest lap, they've led the standings after 2 of the 6 rounds so far. Shelley was pointing out earlier on in the earlier qualifying time trials that they never get off the throttle. Tom Schaap, the Frenchman here, operating the throttle with his right foot, the pedal, but they're using the boost more than anything to decelerate for these corners, of which there are 2 proper corners here, turn 1 and turn 2. There's a little kink there in the background in the middle, and look at that now, a 106.01. And Rafa likes that. It's getting exciting now because on combined time for Tom Schaap with what Chris Lazaraga did earlier on, they're now leading the way.
Yeah, that was brilliant there. I think there's more competition sat on that sofa than there is on the water.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, how many titles of all sorts in so many different sports are sat on that sofa at the moment as Brazil get underway? They have the momentum, don't they, having won for the first time in Lagos last time out. Now, AMRT gets away then. Timmy Hansen, in the meantime, watching on from the sidelines and has been joined by Taylor Schneider.
Well, I have found quite the spot to watch these qualifying time trials. Timmy Hansen, Sarah Price, we're sitting here. We've got, I mean, the view from over there is pretty good, but this view is pretty great here.
Yeah, it's a good spot to sit. Nerea's just out on track now, her first quali lap for the team. It's the first time she's with us in Team Brazil. She had a good first straight there. Let's hope she puts together a good time. It's kind of nervous to be the teammate and having to watch on, you know, from the side. You can't do anything.
You can't do anything, but what do you do when you're here? I know you guys have your phones out, so you're able to kind of track the times. Are you watching your own boat or the competitors as well?
No, I've got the YouTube app, you know, the YouTube live.
Yeah. We're watching ourselves live currently.
Yeah.
No, but you do watch the times, and then do you notice anything watching these boats when they're going around the corner sitting here?
Yeah, of course, like you know how it feels from inside the boat, and you know how hard it is to keep it on the foil. So it's like when we see someone flying it all the way down to the first corner here, it's very hard to pull off, and then you just know it's going to be a good lap. But yeah, we know what to look out for, and it's basically staying on the foil, but it's not as easy as it sounds.
What does it feel like? For anybody that hasn't tuned in or is not in the boat, oh, we're getting new times in. What does it feel like out there?
It is like, it's such a fine line to balance it on the foils. But when you're flying, it's the best feeling in the world. But when you come off the foils, it's the worst feeling in the world. But that's what you do. And then the corners, you got to be quite aggressive. You know, you chuck it into the corner. You're still full throttle coming into the corners, and you just brake by steering more. So it's kind of an aggressive driving style in the corner and a super smooth style on the straights.
Awesome. Well, thanks for chatting with me. I'm going to stay here with you guys and watch some more time trials.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys, and thanks for listening in on YouTube as well. Hope you enjoy the rest of the coverage. These guys watching on as well, but as you say, there are times coming in, and look at this for the championship. Shelley, this is incredible. Brady and Aoki now, both outside the combined top 5, and that means they're not going to be in a position to score points in the qualifying races, remember, later on this afternoon. So this now is advantage Rafa and Blue Rising when you think about the championship situation.
But I wouldn't put past Brady to have just done a warm-up lap, as it were, get his bearings, and then Sam will sit tight and go out and do an absolute stormer at the end.
Yeah, he's been in this position before. Remember when they had the gearbox problem last time out at Lagos, and he kept as calm as ever. Of course, Aoki really are in a bit of a mess because they're already the outsiders. They're 4th in the championship, 20 points off the lead, and they're not back out, of course. They're not in this session. They've done their laps already, so bad news for Aoki. I'm not going to say it's all over because anything could happen tomorrow, but they're certainly on the back foot now. How is Coleman going to be able to respond to this situation? We're still waiting for a lap time from Patricia Peter for Miami in this session, but she is out there now. Taylor, back to you. It's all happening down there.
Back here, down here with the guys. Sarah, your turn. The pressure is on, but all smiles here.
It is, yes. You know, Lucas is amazing, but we've had quite the journey today. We had the midsection in our boat break, so I had to go out there and qualify in a boat that we know isn't the best boat. It's one of the backup boats for the series, and so I was happy to hold down an okay time in it, considering, but yeah, I just went out and tested the boat for Lucas, and Lucas is out there right now, so I know he has a good boat and he can get a good time, so fingers crossed.
I know you had speed. We were going over times earlier, so you're finding it. Unfortunately, those didn't count, is what we heard. But you have the speed out there.
Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's always best when you can go fast when it counts.
Well, listen, there's still a lot of time to get in those boats and make it happen.
Thank you.
All right, let's watch Westbrook some more.
Thanks very much indeed. On the throttle, on the boost, out of turn 2. They're currently 4th in the combined time seats, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. 2nd, though, in this session, which is why that number 2 there is next to their logo, with Lucas pushing on. He's been so out of luck, though, so far this season. You can just see earlier on from his body language, he could not believe they'd had technical problems again. Taylor there was making her way back towards the launch zone. We'll see who else you can find in the next few minutes, I am sure, but it's Rafa, Blue Rising, Drogba, Westbrook, Brazil. So let's just take stock here. Brazil going again, but it's the pressure now on Brady. That's going to be what we need to watch, isn't it? Can Sam Coleman keep cool, keep calm, and move them back up into the top 5? Because it's not just, remember, if you're in the top 5 of these combined standings, it doesn't just mean you're in a position to score points later on this afternoon in the qualifying races. It's all about your lane choice and your starting order for tomorrow as well. So the next few minutes now, the next 16 minutes of this session, potentially pivotal for the outcome of the championship in 2025. You can just hear Brazil, can't you? Flat, absolutely flat, as we come down towards turn 1 and back up the back straight now to the left-hand side of the marker, which is dead ahead of us, and up towards the double left of turn 2. Rusty Wyatt watching on with Alula. He's now been joined by Taylor Schneider.
Rusty Wyatt, I saw you walking around, pulled you over here. This is where the teams are anyways. We're all hanging out, watching these boats in the qualifying time trials. What are your thoughts during this session?
Yeah, we've been working on the boat all week, and we've been struggling a little bit for sure. And boys worked real hard last night. They were here till quite late at night and putting new parts on the boat. We're just trying to get as much performance out of the boat as we can. Like I said, we were struggling. So I was able to do it 110. I think Katie actually just did it 109 something. So she's doing well. I haven't taken my eye off her here yet, but we'll got a long weekend ahead of us here yet. It was only qualifying, so hopefully we can work our way up and see where we can go with this weekend.
You did have a quick thrash earlier. We saw they were able to replace some parts in there. How much speed do you think you can find additionally? Is it driver or is it boat?
A little bit of both for sure. We're still coming up with a full strategy for this course. We were limited on testing there, and you know, the boost strategy and just the whole trim dynamic on this course. It's quite large. It's kind of a unique course from what we've been running all year. We missed Lagos, and this is more of a similar Lagos course. So we'll see where we can do, but we'll get Katie's input when we get out of there, and we'll kind of put our heads together and see where we can end up.
Perfect. Thank you, Rusty.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you, Taylor. Rusty, the Canadian pilot, 31 years of age from Ontario, back with Alula. I'm keeping a very, very close eye on our tracker here in the commentary box to see where Brady is. They're not going yet. The reason, they've got to get back into that top 5 as they think about this championship situation. They've got 2 more laps in front of them. It's all very calm, isn't it, Shelley, down here in the hospitality zone for now?
Yeah, no drama down here at the moment, but they did this now where we saw Team Rafa jump into the lead, which didn't please the rest of them. But yes, they're having a lovely time there, sitting back and relaxing, watching it.
It is great, isn't it? It's great to have all these celebrity owners involved, and it makes E1 unique, doesn't it, in many, many ways?
Oh, it's totally unique, and really does just give the E1 series that extra special. Oh no, he's suddenly aborted that lap.
Yeah.
Team Miami suddenly changed their mind there and thought, no, we're not going to go. We're going to abort round to the back.
Patricia Peter, who is one of the rookies, having debuted last time out. So that's their one aborted lap for this session. As Rafa, Will Smith, and Mark Anthony watch on there. And now, Rafa, I'm sure you'll be paying very close attention to the screen indeed, because here comes your man, Tom Schaap, the man who we saw jumping into the water after the crash in Monaco when he had to abandon ship. Here we go then. There's the guys watching on, bottom right of your screen. Let's see what the sector times are as he pitches it left down into turn 1. S1 at the top of your screen. If it goes green, it's a personal best. If it goes purple, it is an overall best. It's a good start as he comes down in towards that first sector now. But no, look, Gray is not either an overall best or no, and he's actually abandoned the lap completely. So he knew straight away, Shelley, that he got that wrong.
Well, I think his mission control would have said to him, not going well, we're not going to beat our time. So just, again, don't break the machinery. This weekend
is... red flag, that's why. Sorry to butt in there. That's obviously why he's had a notification of a stoppage. So there's obviously some issue out there on the course.
Well noted, and yes, good reaction from Tom there in Team Rafa. Well done in their mission control to tell them. So we'll try and find out what the red flag is all about.
Yeah, I'm just counting across the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 race birds we can see. So is somebody missing in there? Because of course there are 6, aren't there, in the session?
Well, Rafa's on the course somewhere, so I think we've safely got all six boats, all 6 pilots are all safe and sound. So the red flag isn't for one of the boats.
Just looking at the tracker, are Rafa coasting back slowly, or have they actually stopped with a technical problem? They seem to be moving very, very slowly, don't they? I'm looking at the tracker here in the commentary box. So hopefully, for their sake, it is something other than a technical problem with their boat. It's bad timing to have a problem if it is. There they are, look, they're just coasting their way back in. We are hearing now, literally hot off the press, that it might be one of the smart marks, which are GPS operated, perhaps has wandered off. It can happen from time to time.
We got a smart mark gone rogue. One of the boys have gone rogue.
Well, the boys have already gone rogue. We've seen that in the corporate hospitality area, haven't we? As they're all watching on the sofa there.
But those smart marks are so clever, Greg, so clever. You know, nothing is on the seaboard. Nothing is on the seabed, sorry. And yes, they're very clever boys. Nothing is touching the seabed. We're not interfering with anything below the water, and that's what makes them so special and so environmentally friendly, and that's what the E1 series is all about. So yes, they are revolutionary, the boys, the clever boys.
Incidentally, if you're watching with us for the first time, here we go, look, so there's the naughty boy. Yeah, good one from Laura Watts there, back in our gallery in London, our wonderful producer, the naughty boy being towed back in. But no, they are really clever, aren't they? And they operate with a little motor of their own. In fact, I'm sure most of you are on Instagram, if you go for, as Brady gets going, the green flag, that was perfect timing. We've only just had the notification of the session restarting. They're away already.
I think he set that. I think he's got a secret GPS. He made sure the buoy went off so that he had a clean water. Oh, Team Brady, they are so on it. They are so on it. I bet their mission control said, right. Yeah. Nice clean water, kind of like a fresh start, get ready. Very clever.
Mr. Coleman, what can you do? You can see the Welsh flag there flying proudly on his crash helmet. Very good first sector. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, they are critically outside that combined top 5 at the moment. If they move through, in terms of the championship, it wouldn't affect anyone else too badly because Westbrook would be demoted, but they are not title contenders. Brady certainly are, though, the current championship leaders and the reigning champions of Season 1.
Yes, he's in great trim there. Look, he's only just above the positive bit, so he's keeping it nice and steady, keeping the foil steady, literally flying it across. Oh, Sector 2 wasn't the best. Good for him, but it wasn't the best out there.
Second, because Sector 3 was a very good one. So you're right, what he just about lost in Sector 2, he has gained in Sector 3. They've been given an extra minute now, which makes it a 26-minute session in total because of that problem with the smart mark. Copy, say Sam Coleman, he's just confirming something the team have told him. So really important there for Brady to move back up into second place. You've still got the top 3 in the championship, despite not being in that same order, 1, 2 and 3 on the combined standings. Okay, Mark Anthony on the right-hand side with Will Smith there at the bottom of your screen. And we're now looking at Miami. They're in the spare boat. There's several spare boats available. Westbrook used this spare boat earlier on. Their main race bird is now working again. And Miami have had an issue, which is why they have switched to one of the spare race birds. How are they getting on? Patricia, Peter, we are watching. It's an uphill struggle though, isn't it, Shelley? Because this is the team that's had a really difficult season, and she has a lot less experience than the other pilots as well.
Mark Anthony, I think, is more excited than Patricia out there actually racing. He is literally willing her around this course. But that E1 Racebird, that's the spare E1 Racebird, and she is looking good. She is really flying. So great look there. Let's hope it can just bump Miami up just a little bit. They're not going to win the championships this weekend or this year, but it would be nice to see them up on the podium in their hometown.
Patricia, 36 years of age, from Uruguay, the rally driver, the first person ever from Uruguay to compete, incidentally, in the Dakar Rally. They're still down in 9th place at the moment, and they've got time to find luck because they're 7.5 seconds off the best in terms of combined times. Tom Shapp and Rafa then, they've only done the 1 lap so far. They have 2 remaining, everybody else has 1 remaining after that brief red flag earlier on for the errant smart mark. Here's Nerea Martin. Now, she's switched teams, hasn't she, over the last 2 rounds? She was in Katie Munning's position at Alula when Katie was on Extreme H duties last time out, and this time she is with Timmy Hansen at Brazil. They've had a few pilot changes across the season. Rafa get away again, which is very significant for the championship. They're going to try, it's that proverbial moving goalpost, isn't it? They're going to try and move it even further away from everybody else.
Yeah, they want to move away from, they want to basically move up the scale and make that gap between them and Team Brady as much as possible. But there we have it. There is the championship in 1, 2 and 3 positions. It really is all about those 3 teams this weekend. Who can clinch the title? Team Rafa, great first sector. What's he going to do in the second sector?
Certainly you can see what he's doing with the boost strategy, that is for sure. Now he's off the boost, that's why the grey line on the graphic is crawling back up again. It'll go green when he's on the boost, which he will be any second now, and he is. As he comes through turn 2, ordinary second sector, not terrible but not great either. Very good first sector though for the Frenchman as he powers his way to the line. He's got 1 more lap left, so everybody now with 1 more lap to go.
I think he pulled himself away even further there from Team Brady. Well done, Tom. That's exactly what you were supposed to do. He's still looking very hot, isn't he? He looks really flushed in the boat there. We saw him pouring water over his head before he went out because they are so warm in the cockpit with all their equipment and safety gear on.
And they really have excelled themselves, haven't they, in comparison with the rest of the field in these qualifying time trials so far this season. Fastest in these time trials at 3 of the 6 rounds so far. Looks like they're going to make it 4 from 7 at this rate, unless something changes in the next 8 minutes. Shuffle across, everybody. Let Rafa back in.
He's the champion at the moment. His team are winning, so he deserves to be in the hot seat.
Okay, here's Katie Munnings and Alula. She really has come back into the series at a very dramatic point, hasn't she, in the proceedings, right at the end of 25. If you are just switching on, we're in Miami here for E1. There are no points available at this juncture with just 7 minutes to go in this session, but on combined times of all of the pilots for each team, there's 1 female, 1 male. At the end of this session, we'll know who's in the top 5, and therefore we'll have a chance of scoring in the qualifying races. Our first race action later on this afternoon here in Miami, where it's currently just coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon. Very hot, very humid, very uncomfortable on board these race boats, especially, Shelley, when it's moving around like that.
Yeah, Katie's not quite flying this as well as she normally does there. She seemed to be struggling a little bit, and she does seem to be low. She's way back on her time for this, so not a great lap for her.
27 years of age from London over the line now, and Alula have completed their 3 laps. So the situation is, Alula's session is done. Alula's qualifying time trials are done. The same for Brazil. But we look back across because we are still waiting for Miami here at home with Mark Anthony watching on. And Rafa, Westbrook and Brady. I've got to say, by the way, what a great performance. I know they're not in title contention, but Westbrook with Lucas Ordóñez, and here he is, really bouncing back so strongly again to go second in this particular session, bearing in mind they've hardly got any kilometres on this boat so far through the event here. So I know they're outside in terms of combined time. If he moves through, he'd push Brazil down. I think the title contenders should be okay in terms of the top 3 at the moment. I don't think they're going to be pushed down outside the top 5, but there are your team owners watching on. Will Smith there, third along in the middle of your picture. And this is their last chance. This is the 3rd and final lap now for Lucas.
Well, as Lucas said, I'm going to win today while all the others are thinking about the title. He's going to win the weekend for Will as he's in the house.
And that's an aborted lap, technically. It doesn't look, yeah, he's definitely slowing down now. Look, he's keeping up a decent amount of speed, but he's gone much further around than he should have done on the outside loop. So that crucially means they are not going to be inside the top 5. The big news is, of course, Aoki are only 7th overall, and they're not out there on the water at the moment. So it's not over, Shelley, but it is slipping away, isn't it, for Aoki? They're going to have to hope for points, big points tomorrow.
Right, and here goes Brady. He has been secretly sat there. Now let's just watch, because this is his 3rd lap, I believe.
Yes, it is.
His 3rd and final lap. Is he going to pull it out of the bag and take that top position, which they so desperately want from Rafa?
Yes, because although no points would be available for this, it would put them in the best lane position for later on if they can be first in the qualifying time trials. So, on board now then with the Welshman from Tenby, Saundersfoot in Pembrokeshire. Look at the boost, the way he's applying it there, making adjustments to the trim all the time as well with the paddles on the back of the steering wheel. Decent first sector, but not spectacular. Sam would have wanted more. Coming up now to turn 2.
He does keep that E1 Racebird flying beautifully. You can see he hardly ever drops into the water. The hull never hits the water. He keeps it flying on the foils at all time. He's on good trim. He takes the corners really well. He glides it in and just dips that foil to the left. Just getting a little bit of extra grip, but full throttle all of the time. Still not a best sector though.
It's moving around a lot, isn't it, over the line? Has he done anything in that 3rd sector? Look at that, it was a great last sector, but it wasn't enough to gain the time he'd lost earlier on.
See what happened mid-corner on the first thing? It's doing some weird shit. There was huge rollers from boat wash on the entrance of that corner as well, so it was a bit compromised at entrance.
Excuse the flowery language there for Sam. Obviously, he doesn't know he's live on the TV and he's chatting with the team, but he knows exactly where he lost the time, doesn't he? So the boat was moving around a little bit, and I think he was saying earlier on in the lap, I think turn 1, Shelley, maybe?
Yeah, he was actually saying there were some weird rollers coming in, which means that there's some sort of traffic out there where it's creating a wave rolling into the course and just throwing him off balance slightly. Here's Team Miami going for their 3rd lap, I believe.
Yes, it certainly is. Everybody now starting their last laps with just 3 minutes to go. Who else still needs to get laps in? Tom Schaap with Rafa, already fastest. Ordóñez with Westbrook. And Peter, who we're watching with Miami. So they're your 3 teams left. down the backstretch. She's definitely gaining time. Remember, as I said before, she has very little practice with the Racebird, and especially this one because they're in the spare boats. It's the first time in this session she's ever piloted this particular boat.
And we mustn't forget that Patricia is actually one of our newest pilots on the circuit, so she has had the least amount of practice amongst any of the pilots. She hasn't done the full season with us. She's one of our new pilots on board, so she's doing really, really well. She's got a lot on her plate right now, and they've changed her boat.
Yeah, before Lagos last time out, the only ever experience she had with E1 was the training academy back in Jeddah, all the way back in January. That was not a bad effort at all. She's found some time there, personal best sectors in 1 and 2, and she's just chiseling away at those lap times. Not bad going at all. She's got a number 6 next to the team name there because she's 6th in this session. They're 9th on the combined timesheets. It's just been a very difficult season for them. They just don't seem to be able to get the luck, do they? With the exception of that fastest lap they had at the very first round of the season back at Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. So we now move back across to see how this session is going to end. Here comes Tom Schaap again with Rafa on the boost, and away he goes. They're already on target, very much on target to end this session with the top spots. This is all about data, this is all about improving, this is all about trying to go even quicker and move further away from Brady. Remember, Rafa are actually second to Brady. The Racebird we're now riding with is 3 points behind Brady at the top of the championship standings.
But this lap isn't actually going to gain them anything, is it? Because they're already in the lead on this qualifying time trial. So this is, I guess, a sort of another practice lap for them. But we also said that some of them have not been doing that third lap because they've been wanting to save the machinery. So they're obviously very, very confident that their E1 Racebird is ready to go.
Yeah, and I guess he's maybe just doing a few little things with trim and boost combination. Where can I gain some time, trying something a little bit different maybe?
Well, even Westbrook could beat them, because we did see that in the last session, didn't we, where Brady thought they had it and they got whooped at the last minute. So has he improved on it?
He did put in the best second sector, so he's definitely found some time there, and I think he'll be pleased with that as Lucas Ordonez now gets away. Now they're 6th in the combined timesheets. The important thing here is, even if Lucas were to go fastest, which is unlikely judging by what they've done so far, Rafa, Brady and TBR, Team Blue Rising, are all safely through into the top 5. So that's the crucial thing here. Even if they move up, it'll be Brazil who drop down. The championship top 3 will be moving through into the main qualifying race when points are available later on this afternoon. The big losers of the day are definitely Aoki. They were already the outsiders. They're not going to be scoring points later. But what can Lucas do? Because this is an excellent start. They only need to find 600ths of a second. The fastest second sector of anybody so far for the oldest pilot in the field as he comes down towards the line. Lucas Ordonez, he's so good at bouncing back from a tricky situation. Is he through? No, he's not. He has missed out. Look at the gap. 1.81 versus 1.87, and they remain 600ths out. And that's why Will Smith was looking slightly disappointed there. They so nearly got through, Shelley. That's how close it is.
That was really, really tight. I thought he was going to get that and get into that top 5, but not to be, I'm afraid.
Well, Rafa having some trouble getting back in, but we're going to jump on board with Lucas Ordonez. We had a chat with him earlier on, didn't we, when he was listening to the commentary. Lucas, I have to say, you are so good at bouncing back in difficult scenarios, and you just missed out there by less than 1/10 of a second.
1/10 of a second.
5.
Yeah, guys, yeah, we keep facing issues, but yeah, it's the whole season has been like this. So what I have to say, we keep struggling, having issues, but we fight with Westbrook Racing, keep fighting, and yeah, I still have an issue in the Racebird now in the last lap, but anyway, I can't complain, to be honest.
We'll leave you in peace, Lucas. Good luck with the rest of the event. And sorry, Lucas, he's not the oldest rider in the field, pilot in the field, because John Peters is. John Peters is 43 and Lucas is 40, so better get that right before Lucas watches it back later on. Down in the launch zone, though, Lucas back in. Sam Coleman is down there, and he's being joined by Taylor.
Well, it's a busy launch zone. There's celebrations going on, and one guy that I know is feeling pretty good right now is Sam Coleman from Team Brady. You are holding second right now after those time trials. How does it feel?
Yeah, we're happy with that. You know, we want to make sure that we get through to the 5 and race for the bonus points for qualifying today, and we've done that. First goal of the day achieved. Really tough session, extra boat in the session because of problems for other guys in the fleet. So good that they can get on the water with us, but it makes it harder when there's 6 boats out there. So happy to come through it, and we'll have a go at racing for some bonus points in a bit.
Normally I'm here to give you some trouble here, but you had a pretty good run, so nice work out there. I'm going to go speak to your mate Tom over there, see how he's feeling.
Tom's over there. He did a great job in his session, in our session as well. Tough session, I'm sure he'll say the same, but they're always fast, and it's going to be some good racing this weekend.
It sure is. You and your competitor. All right, thanks, Sam. I'm going to see if I can bring Tom in. He's cooling off right now because it is quite hot out there. I can tell it's incredibly hot. Pouring some water over you. I'm sure you want to recreate one of those jump-ins again.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so happy because we know where we come from. Like with yesterday was struggling a lot, so we are so happy now. It's a bit. I know it's anything because it's just time trial, but many things to do to finish the race. We need to stay calm and be humble. But yeah, it's a bit of deliberation. We are happy with the pace what we have. The mechanics and all the team from E1 Team Rafa work so hard, and I want to say thank you to them because without them we can't do anything. So. Yeah, happy now, and let's see for the qualification race.
Awesome. Thanks, Tom. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, I'm not surprised. It's 29 degrees Celsius outside, and the humidity is very, very high indeed. No wonder Tom is sweating like that. And I mean, Shelley, you know all about it when you've got all the gear on and just how uncomfortable, rather, it is in the cockpit.
Yes, because they have probably got some underlinings, as it were, like maybe fireproof. They've then got full fireproof overalls on top. They're then wearing a life vest, which often starts at the top of your thigh, straight up. So yes, put a crash helmet on, put the degrees up, sit in a canopy, close the lid, and you are hot.
I'm not surprised. There's the crucial results then on the right-hand side of your screen. And the big news there really is that Aoki Racing are only 7th overall. They will not be into the main qualifying race when the points are available later on. Who will be through? It's the top 5. Rafa, Brady and Blue Rising. They're also the top 3 in the championship. Drogba and Brazil will join them. Fastest in the main qualifying race later on this afternoon will score 3 crucial E1 championship points. It's the 7th and final round, the title deciding round of the 2025 UIM E1 World Championship presented by PIF. Welcome along to the first ever E1 Miami GP with 4 teams contending for the title of Champions of the Water for Season 2 2025. Brady, Rafa, Blue Rising and Aoki covered by only 20 points. And the first points are up for grabs in the next few minutes with the qualifying races just a few moments away in the shearing heat and humidity of Florida. Greg Haynes and Shelley Jory-Lee are with you, and here we are then, our 7th and final course of the season.
And it's quite a simple course, really. It's lovely, got some 2 lovely long straights. It's 1.2 kilometers, nice big sweeping corners either end. And of course, in qualifying racing, no short or no long lap. So it's quite simple.
Qualifying races then now. This is where it really gets serious. The first actual race action of the event here as E1 crosses the pond for the first time ever to be racing on this side of the Atlantic. Our 4th different continent, would you believe, from 7 rounds this season. We've already visited Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, Doha, Dubrovnik, Lago Maggiore, Monaco and Lagos. And so many of the celebrities are here. Will Smith on your right, Mark Anthony on the left. What a great atmosphere with a title on the line as well. Just 3 points between Brady and Rafa. 9 points from the leaders to Blue Rising. Aoki the outsiders, and they're in the first qualifying race as well, and that really is pivotal. So from the qualifying time trials earlier on today, the top 5 have already gone through to the main qualifying race. These are those who were 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th in the time trials. It is critical now that the pink and blue race bird of Aoki Racing, Danny Kloss, will be in the cockpit, win their qualifying race. It's damage limitation. If they win their qualifying race, they will be in the middle lane for their first group stage race here tomorrow morning. They've got to win this race. Great view there across Biscayne Bay here in Florida. And here they are then with Danny Kloss, the Spanish racing driver, former GP2 driver, former Formula 1 test driver as well. And the cockpit closer, they're pushing him out backwards now to get out there. And Shelley, they know they can't score points because they're not into the main qualifying race, but they do need to get that best possible lane position for their group stages tomorrow. What a great situation, what a great setting as well here at Miami. So, after being on the podium in the first 3 races of 25, Aoki haven't made the final since, and that just about sums up their season. They led the standings after winning round 1 at Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. They got back in front again when they pushed Rafa back after round 3 at Dubrovnik in Croatia. But ever since then, they haven't even been on the podium. They had no poles in qualifying, no fastest laps either, having had 1 fastest lap and 2 overall victories. And they really did have a very comfortable lead, didn't they, after Dubrovnik? All changed though since then, as they now shoot their way up towards the milling area following Westbrook. Incidentally, Westbrook with Will Smith here have done an absolutely phenomenal job. We've just been chatting with the team in the last few minutes. Okay, they're not in title contention, but the midsection and all of the collateral damage there, it was all broken. They've got it back together. They did a full strip of that red boat. So to get them back out there on the water, having used one of the spare race birds earlier on, is a phenomenal achievement for Will Smith's team. And there he is on the right-hand side of your screen. Well, Shelley, I think it's fair to say the tension is extremely high with only 5 minutes to go. None of the pilots really giving anything away at all, are they, here with these titles on the line? We've seen a lot of changes already so far this season. Do we have one more major surprise, I wonder, ahead of us?
It is seriously anyone's race in those top 4 boats, and the tension is just palpable. You can just feel it all amongst the teams between each other. No one's giving anything away. It's all very secretive. Taylor was in mission control earlier, and she could hardly speak to them, let alone get any information out of them. So yes, very tactical. It's all about strategy now. It's all about to get those top positions ready for tomorrow for the races, and then we throw in the long laps and the short laps, and as we know, Greg, that just completely changes the whole ball game.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we'll also have to bear in mind there's a single point given out for fastest lap across the main race day as well tomorrow, so we'll keep mentioning that across the coverage, because with only 3 points between the top 2 at the moment, you know, this could even be decided by 1 single point. It is that close. What they've also just done is make their pilot choice a really, really important aspect in the race weekend, because they alternate between their female and male pilots from this point onwards. So they're alternating now. Whoever is in this next race will sit out and watch the following race, and so on, all the way through towards the finals on Saturday afternoon. So who's about to be out there? Miami with Mark Anthony here. It's their home event. Alula, the new team for 2025, and I know that Andre Solvang, who was with them last time out in Nigeria, is watching on YouTube. He's just sent us a message a moment ago, so good afternoon back in Norway to you, Andre, and good luck with all of the lessons you're currently doing as a ship's captain. Aoki and Westbrook, but look, Miami are still in the launch zone. We've got a 6-lap race ahead of us, which is supposed to be starting, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, in less than 3 minutes, and this is the last thing that Mark Anthony's team needed. They're in the spare Racebird, hence the different livery. Mark Anthony's going to try and check it out for himself. But he seems calm enough, doesn't he, Shell?
He's certainly enjoying himself, and that's what it's all about in the E1 series. We want fun, enjoyment, but some excellent racing on the water.
Now he's just been told, I think, by Roddy Basso that they have an issue. Look, they're checking the watches. How long we got to go? 2 minutes and 22 seconds. I think when he was showing us the moves there, Mark wasn't aware of the fact that they had... Right, okay, panic over. We've just been informed, thank you very much to the E1 team, that they're just charging, getting the last charge into the race, but at the very last moment, just to give us a little bit of a heart attack there. They'll manage to get going. They haven't got too long, though, because they've only got 2 minutes left. They are now 4 minutes, so have they been given a little bit of extra time? It would be a great shame if Miami could not make the start. So, okay, panic over, Shelley. They're going to get into the race, and that's the main thing. So, Mark, you can continue the dancing.
He can continue dancing, and Roddy can relax there. Roddy Basso, he looked a little concerned as well. It was like, no, we must get the Team Miami out there in the hometown. So all is good, all is good.
And why are they in the spare Racebird? Well, they had a problem with their main boat earlier on. And Westbrook, this boat's getting a lot of mileage in today, because Westbrook had an issue, and they've done a great job to get their boat stripped down and back out there. So Miami rejoined the fray. So let's just remind you of the situation ahead of us. Qualifying race 1 for those who were slowest in the time trials earlier on. No points available, but lane position for tomorrow is critical. Taylor Schneider is down there for us.
Down here was Sarah Price. I know Lucas is getting in the boat, and the spirits are high. We're excited for this. What was his thoughts or his last kind of words before getting in the boat?
Well, right now we didn't qualify where we wanted to on the time trials, so now it's just a lot of pressure to do well in this race, but everyone just had to declare their pilots, so now the flip-flop kind of starts, and so whoever's in this actually starts the next day, and then it follows on all the way to the finals. So there's a lot of strategy starting to take over, and that's something that, you know, is going to kind of make everything very interesting.
Strategy. Everyone always says strategy, and yet nobody ever has any insight to give me. Are you ready to give me any clues as to what your strategy is?
Well, I think it goes off of, you know, usually your pilot's performances for those days and what they're feeling like. And so we kind of go off of what the strengths are of each pilot and what we think is going to be best for that day, or how they're feeling in the boat, or how the times have been. So it's a lot of, I guess, owning up to your faults or not, you know, or your strengths. And so there's a lot of grit that has to go into it, and the team has to make that decision, but you can't have weak emotions, to say the least, and you want to do the best no matter what.
You do want to do the best, and I think maybe a little added pressure could be on. Will Smith is here. What are your thoughts?
Will is here. We're super stoked, especially being in Miami. Like, it doesn't get better than this. He gave us a little bit of details on the hot spots here in Miami, so I'm really excited to get to see more of the town. But yeah, we want to make Will proud, and he's just always awesome. He's always so supportive of the team, and to see the red Westbrook boat out there, I can't wait to hopefully make him proud and put it on the box for him, our whole team.
Excellent. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Texas's finest down there, Taylor Schneider with Sarah as she watches Lucas. And although Sarah's the only American female pilot on the grid, as it were, Shelley, she has had a long way to come, hasn't she, from home?
Yeah, she's actually from Riverside, California, so she's done an 8-hour flight to get to Miami on completely the other side of America for her.
Okay, Lucas getting ready to go. I'm going to be keeping my eyes, I have to say, particularly close on Aoki Racing, the blue and pink Racebird, just coming up alongside. They are very good friends, by the way. I wonder what Lucas is thinking about Danny Kloss and his championship situation as they vie not for points, but for lane position when they move into the all-important group stages. The group stages, of course, gradually will lead up to the finals tomorrow as the tension really builds, as if it wasn't tense enough already here at Biscayne Bay at Miami. No one's moving yet. 20 seconds to go. They've got that counting down and their dash in front of them, and you'll soon see Jim Jackson, the start marshal, trading in the yellow flag for the green one. If anyone goes too soon, they will be given a jump start penalty. Aoki are holding back. They do have boost available to them. And the first qualifying race begins now. That was tight, wasn't it, for Westbrook and for Lucas Ordóñez as we get down to turn one.
That was so tight. In fact, I'm not even sure that was a jump start, but we'll let the officials decide that in a moment. Great start, though, if it isn't, because Westbrook are out there in the clean water. Lucas has got to the position he wanted.
Absolutely side by side for second and third places there between Alula with Rusty Wyatt and Danny Kloss. There he is, looking to minimise the damage for his lane position later on. They are still outsiders in this championship. The only one of 4 title contenders who are actually in this race. The others have already gone straight through to qualifying race 2. Remember, as Shelley said earlier on, no short or long laps on the first of the 2 race days here. It's all about the standard lap, which here in Miami is 1.2 kilometres. We get up to turn 2 then for the first of 6 laps.
Yes, and Lucas is out in the clean water there, and you can see he'll be pulling away from the rest of the fleet. Alula struggling on the outside of Aoki, right in the rough water there. So Rusty was losing it a little bit there and falling off the foils. Miami in the spare boat, but doing okay. Keeping it flying on the foils there, nice and smooth.
Yes, it's the Swede Eric Stark at the helm. Great first lap, though, for Lucas Ordóñez. He's 5.5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Into lap 2, Miami had saved some boost there coming out of that last corner, so they had a better run, didn't they, down at the start finish towards turn 1. So it's a 4-second lead. You can see the gap out the top of the screen. Danny Kloss has taken a full second then out of Lucas since the lap began. That will keep fluctuating as they all watch on, and we suspected it, didn't we? You just saw it at the top of your screen. It's a long lap penalty for Westbrook Racing for jumping the start, and you might see a change on Lucas's face. He's probably got the notification already on the dash.
And look at Mark Anthony's face. He's like, look at him, he's so excited. And Will Smith saying, what do you mean a long lap penalty? I wish we should do their commentary for them.
You can hear the team informing Lucas as well on the radio there in the background. So, how much time is he going to lose? Surely Danny Kloss will go through. There's the notification for us. Will definitely know now. So this is going to change the lead of this race. Aoki Racing will take the lead as Lucas comes around the long lap. We said no long laps because ordinarily you wouldn't have those on the first of the 2 race days, but you do if you get a penalty. Aoki then take the lead at the start of lap 3. Now, how close is this going to be between Westbrook and Alula? There's Aoki, they're through, but look in the back of the picture, it looks as though Westbrook have got away with this. That could have been a heck of a lot worse, couldn't it? They've managed to rejoin in second place.
Yes, but Aoki's now in that lovely clean water that we all fight for, so he is going to pull away now, Danny will.
So we saw Will Smith's reaction. I wonder how Sarah Price is feeling, teammate to Lucas Ordóñez. She is with Taylor.
Well, tensions are high down here on the docks with Sarah. I know we just spoke, but obviously what a change that was. Lucas unfortunately did jump the start, but it could have been worse right now. He's still behind Danny. How about it?
Yeah, so, you know, that's what we were just talking about, strategy. And so we, uh-oh. What's happening? Uh-oh. Hopefully, nothing too, something's wrong with the boat.
Something.
Oh, man, I feel like the luck is never on our side. Like, we get the worst luck.
Do you have any idea what's going on with the boat?
We did break a midsection earlier, so possibly again, I don't know. But yeah, no, he's going again, so hopefully it's nothing too major. But yeah, like we were saying, the strategy on the starts, it's everything in these races, and so everyone's pushing that fine line, and we really trust our engineers, and we do the best we can to kind of come up with a guess. And so coming up on the line and being over is very normal, and then getting a long lap is the worst feeling ever, though, when you're out there leading a race. But, you know, he ended up getting in second after taking that long lap penalty, so that was still really good. But, you know, obviously it looks like there's some issues going on with the boat, so hopefully we can get those figured out.
All right, thanks for chatting. Let's get back to this race.
Thanks, Taylor, and well spotted, Sarah. There is definitely an issue there, and they said there was an issue like that with that left foil. I remember them saying it after the first practice sessions yesterday. Shelley, you saw that too. What was going on there?
I'm not quite sure whether he's caught something up in the foil and he's dragging something, or whether the foil is actually slightly damaged. Did Sarah say they had a problem with the foil already? So maybe it's just a reoccurring problem. But yeah, it's definitely throwing him off balance. You can see he's struggling on one side. Can't really see anything there, can we? But yeah, that would have been very, very hard to drive. And what I loved about Lucas is that his foot did not come off the throttle. He was like, I'm going to balance this bird. I'm going to balance her and get the race bird back up.
They just have not had the luck at all. They've had wiring loom problems earlier on in the season, a battery issue in Nigeria last time out, jumping the start today. Well, desperate people do desperate things, and they are such a good bunch at Westbrook Racing, but they just seem to have all the luck, and it is all bad. Alula then now up to second. Westbrook, despite the issue, still third, and then it's Miami. And of course, off into the sunset is Danny Kloss with a 14-second advantage. You'll see him at the bottom of the screen. Look how far ahead he is of the rest of the field as he comes through now to the 6th and final lap.
Well, you said Aoki have to win the race, and they have done it. By slight default, maybe, because Westbrook were in the lead, but they definitely had an issue there. It does seem that Westbrook has seemed to have shaken off whatever that problem was, and now are back on it. But not enough time, I'm afraid, to take the lead again.
So, if Aoki, and it's a big if, can just finish this lap now, that would put them into the middle lane position for their 5-boat first group race tomorrow. It's the absolute most they can hope for under the current circumstances. There will be no points today, and they may well lose ground in the championship to their 3 main rivals, Brady, Rafa and Team Blue Rising, who are into the main qualifying race later. But we have seen so many twists and turns already in E1 across 2025. You must never, ever give up, because 39 points will be available for the win and for the fastest lap across Saturday. Down through turn 2 then for the last time. Danny Kloss bouncing back from the troubles that Aoki have suffered from so far in Miami. Look at the focus as you look through the cockpit at Danny Kloss. He comes over the line to win qualifying race 1. It's the most they could hope for under the circumstances. There is the Aoki team. They're not getting too excited because they know they're still up against it for the championship tomorrow. Who's going to get second? It will be Alula, and I'm sure a bitterly frustrated Westbrook Racing with their issues in 3rd place. Miami here at home, not too far behind at all. Eric Stark closing right in on Ordóñez as they cross the line, but it is 4th place for Miami. We'll have to see if they can find some time and gain some ground as we move into Saturday. Mashael, Alabaidan, Matilda and all of the rest of the team down there applauding Danny Kloss. The pressure was really on there, and they did a very good job not to panic and to keep as calm as they possibly could. Mark Anthony on the right, Will Smith on the left, and they will be getting very excited shortly as we see the main qualifying race. Well, you have to say, Danny Kloss did a great job there, didn't he? He kept cool when he needed to.
He certainly did, and he just waited and waited, and then he just took the clean water and then literally just flew the Racebird away. 14-second lead, that is huge.
And you have to say, his good mate Lucas Ordóñez unintentionally did him a favour, didn't he, by jumping the start and getting that long lap penalty, because had Lucas not done that, Danny may have been in second place.
I think he would have been in second place. So poor Lucas, he did the long lap penalty. He got back into second place, still fighting, and then clearly something went awry with the foil, or did they pick up something in the water and it just threw them off balance? We're not sure. Let's hope we can find out.
Ever the pro, Danny Kloss, straight into media mode for some social media updates, I am sure. And I know Taylor is right down there with him as well for a live television interview. So Taylor, it's all yours.
You ready?
Yeah, all good.
Danny, this is exactly what you needed. There was a moment there running in second, and then all of a sudden, the sun started shining, and you found that opportunity that you needed.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing good race. Lucas jumped the start, so, you know, that was obvious. I didn't want to rush. Lucas, good job, man. You know, at the end, we need to take every opportunity that we have, and today we had to. Thank you. Today we had to. It's motivating, of course. So let's see for tomorrow what's going on.
This really puts you back in that hunt. This is what you needed for the championship. Is the pressure back on?
Yeah, I guess yes. We're still there for the fight. For me, our goal here in my home race here in Miami. Hi, everyone from Miami. It's to do a spectacular job, bring some show, and we know we can do it, so we're going to do it.
Love it. Congratulations, Team Aoki.
Thank you.
Absolutely, we second that. Thank you, Taylor, and thank you, Danny Kloss. Well, it's still on, isn't it? It is still on. It could have been so much worse. Aoki, with Steve Aoki here this weekend ahead of Alula, Westbrook. How unlucky are they? Unbelievable. And Miami at home here in Miami, completing the top 4 in the first of these 2 qualifying races. Looking down then on the launch zone, and now a few crucial gaps as the top Racebirds from the qualifying time trials earlier today make their way up towards the milling area. We're just a few minutes off, just 2 minutes and 13 seconds to be precise, off the all-important qualifying race 1. And this really is all-important because championship points are up for grabs across the next 6 laps. 5 teams involved, including the top 3 in the championship. Brady lead the championship, but they were slower than Rafa in the qualifying time trials. Brady's lead is 3 points over Rafa and 9 points over Blue Rising. The points available in the upcoming race: 3 for the win, 2 for second, 1 for third, as well as the best possible lane position in the first group race tomorrow. Here we go then. Keep calm. I wonder who's going to be calmer, those on board or the teammates watching on from the launch zone. Rafa, Tom Schaap has the responsibility of piloting the Racebird. Then it's Emmett Kimmelainen for Brady and John Peters for Blue Rising. Others looking to get in the mix there and take some points off the championship top 3, Drogba and Brazil. Brazil coming here off the back of their first ever E1 victory last time out when we were in Africa. Shelley, the crucial thing here with only 55 seconds to go is not just the 3, 2 and 1 points available, but will it be the top 3 in the championship actually scoring the points? Because if Brazil or Drogba get in there, it's not so important for their championship situation. They're out of the running, but it is very important for Rafa, Brady and TBR. They cannot afford to lose any points like that.
I think it will be a right mix-up, and there's going to be a fight here, a good battle on the water. And I'd quite like one of the other teams to take that special point.
Oh, controversial opinion there.
Well, it will make it more exciting tomorrow.
Oh, definitely would, wouldn't it? Imagine the tension. And by the way, just throwing this out there, if Rafa win this race and Brady are 4th or lower, they will be equal on points at the top of the championship. Plenty of permutations. 6 laps to go. Hopefully nobody's going to jump it this time. 3, 2, 1. We're green, nobody's jumped it, we're away. Great start for Brazil, I have to say, in lane 5, but with the advantage is Tom Sharp for Rafa on the right-hand side of the screen.
And Brady's on the inside. Now they will be fighting for this, but it's Rafa who's got the clean water, and Brazil have a great start as well. Coming in, nice corner there by Brady, quite tight. Brazil is now back in the dirty water, and Brady's right in the mix of it, and Brazil is on the outside coming round.
Blue Rising, we're having a cheeky look on the inside. Brady on the boost, blasting up in front of Brazil. If it were to stay like this, it's only 2 points and not 3. Only 2 it would be between Brady and Rafa at the top of the championship. Blue Rising are out of the points at the moment, but trying to get up alongside Brazil. This is what we said, they can't. Oh, and Drogba are slowing right down. Drogba with Oban Duncan are slowing down. They may be out of the race. They're not title contenders, but I do think they're out of the race. It's Rafa leading, Brady second, Brazil third. Now the question is, can Blue Rising get back in front of Brazil?
This is so tight, and it's right down. Yes, Drogba has the dead still there. That's a real shame for those guys, but look at Rafa and Brady. But Brazil is gaining on Brady there, definitely gaining on him. Brady doesn't seem to be as fast as they usually are, if I'm truly honest. And Rafa, as we all know, in the clean water, pulling away. But look how choppy it is down there when you're actually in the wakes of all the other race birds. It really does upset the balance of the E1 race bird.
Yes, if Brazil pass Brady, the big winner from the situation, of course, would be Rafa, because they're on target for 3 points. At the moment, as I say, it would be just 2 behind the leaders. If Brazil gets past and ahead of Brady, Rafa would only be 1 point behind Brady at the top of the championship, moving into the final here on Saturday. Here's the situation as it stands, but will it stay like this across the last 4 laps of qualifying race 2?
Drogba seemed to have got going again there, because Brady was literally just about to lap Drogba, so they're back in the game, which is good to know. And here we have Brady Brazil still trying to race him down to the line, but it's not going to happen, I don't think. And Brady just can't catch Rafa. This is anyone's race, anyone's championship. It could go all over this weekend.
Are Drogba going to peel off? What they are doing, of course, is creating a lot of wake for those who are coming through to lap them, and that didn't really help Brady. Drogba, thankfully, with Oban Duncan getting out of the way, have not affected the battle too badly, but Brazil have definitely caught up by a few boat lengths there to Brady. We look back then from Emma Kymäläinen, the championship leaders. They know Rafa. Their closest challengers are leading now by a big advantage of almost 8 seconds. Brady cannot afford to lose another point, can they?
No, and Brazil is hounding them down there. Look how close they all are there at the back of that 2nd, 3rd, 4th positions. Yep, it is all to pay for, but Rafa are just pulling away there. Look how calm he is.
Look at the focus. He hasn't blinked all the time we've been on board with him. He didn't blink at all. It's like that blinking game you play with your friends, isn't it, when you're a kid? And Tom Sharp definitely won that one as he moves through into the second half of the race. We're still watching very closely like a hawk, that gap between 2nd and 3rd. What a great shot that is of the cruise ships here at Biscayne Bay in Miami, in Florida, as E1 comes stateside for the first time ever. Rafa Nadal watching on, and he sees his man come flying through any second. Now he's already gone through. That's how far ahead he is of the rest of the field. And Emma Kymäläinen, good news for Tom Brady, who will be watching on wherever he is in the world, because they've actually extended a bit of a gap there over Brazil for 2nd place. Blue Rising now puts a lap on Drogba, who had an issue earlier on.
This is quite disappointing for Team Blue Rising, because I think they definitely wanted to be up further in the field to make sure their championship was still alive.
Yeah, out of the points, of course. 1 point for Brazil at the moment. Brazil, they have not given up, have they? They're definitely strong in the second half of the lap, but look at Rafa. We said how good they've been in the qualifying time trials. They've topped 4 out of 7 of those, definitely the fastest in the time trials, and now looking good for another qualifying 3 points as well on the boost, extending the lead with only 2 laps to go for Rafa. What's that gap still between 2nd and 3rd? It's good news for Brady, not good news for Brazil, but Brady have extended another 2nd or so over Brazil. Blue Rising, as we say, with Drogba having now stopped, as you can see, Blue Rising out of the points. And I don't think they're going to get one at all, Shitty, as we move into the penultimate lap, unless, of course, there's a problem in front of them. Look how far back now they've dropped, and that's very unusual, actually, because John Peters usually makes very, very good starts.
Yeah, it wasn't one of his best starts, I'm afraid, which, as you say, is very unusual because he is the king of the starts. But right at this crucial moment in this place in the championship, he just didn't pull it off. But Rafa have. They've kept their cool. They are in the lead. Clean, there he is, John Peters. He'll be very disappointed where he is in this qualifying race.
Yeah, well, they're going to lose another 2 points, aren't they, to Brady? So that would put them 11 behind Brady. So their championship deficit would be 11 as opposed to 9 at present. Still very much in it, though, when you consider the fact that there's 38 points available for the win tomorrow. So, yes, it makes their life a little bit more difficult, but certainly not impossible by any stretch, as Rafa move into the 6th and final lap of qualifying race 2 here at Miami. Oh, now he blinks for the first time in the race, quite possibly, from Tom Schaap. He's so cool under pressure, isn't he?
But
he really is.
He's on his final lap. He can see the finish line. He can see the checkered flag. He's got an 11.10 second lead now. I apologise. 10-second lead over Brady. He is home dry, and he is flying that race bird beautifully across the water. Not a quiver anywhere. And he deserves this win, truly.
And this is what it will do. A 3-point championship advantage for Brady. The reigning champions will become a 2-point championship advantage. Rafa, it looks as though the champagne might be on ice already. He's not going to celebrate too soon, but he knows they'd have to be extremely unfortunate to lose this now. They haven't lost it now. Tom Schaap led the way with Chris Lazaraga in the qualifying time trials, and now, crucially here in Miami, Rafa scored 3 championship points. Brady, second with Emma Kymäläinen, will score 2 championship points, and 2 is the margin at the top of the championship, moving into the final race day of the season to decide who will be champions of the water for 2025. Well done, Brazil. Another championship point after your victory in Nigeria. Blue Rising will be frustrated with that. They're 11 points behind now in the championship, and Oban Duncan did well there to get back into the action after Drogba's issue earlier on. Well, I think when we speak with JP later, he's going to be talking all about the start. Once he'd lost that time, he just couldn't get it back. Look, loosening off the belts already, desperate to get out of there, isn't he? As they fall from 9 to 11 points off the championship lead. Might sound bad, but as I say, it's not the end of the world, because tomorrow 38 points are available for the win, 30 for second and 24 for third place. The celebrities are pleased. We'll jump on board now then with John Peters. JP, it's not the end of the world. You were 9 points behind, now 11, but it all just went wrong off the start, didn't it?
Always a test.
He's clearly in conversation with the team. You could just hear the team chatting with him. I think it was his teammate, actually, who was chatting with him. I do believe that was Sarah Mizer's voice you just heard in the background. Tom Schaap, though, very pleased indeed. And of course he is. Who can blame him? They've done everything right so far. They've had a real roller coaster of emotions so far this season. Vamos indeed. That'll be on their Instagram in the next few minutes. Of that there is no doubt. And Chris Lazaraga is going to be down there somewhere, Shelly, I'm sure. Just a few seconds away from the embrace. Wow, he did. So the start was absolutely critical, wasn't it? And it does seem as though it's, I'm not going to say impossible to pass here, because it certainly isn't, but it's not easy, is it? It's not as easy as we've seen. Brady's going to have to reposition themselves and come back round. But the start really made it there, didn't it, for the Frenchman, Tom Schaap, and Rafa, who now joins Taylor, knowing that they're now just 2 points behind these guys in the championship.
Down here on the launch zone, and the celebrations are abound. Obviously, Tom is all smiles. We spoke before, and the excitement is real. You have done it with this qualifying session.
Yeah, amazing. The feeling now, it's incredible. Yeah, in the beginning we do a good time trial, and we want to this result in the qualification race, and yeah, we get it. So I'm super happy, and yeah, the team deserve, and I mean, we need to work for tomorrow, but...
I know somebody else who is happy, and that is this gentleman here.
Congrats, man. Congrats.
What a race that was. Stay here. Yes, the excitement is here. How exciting is it for your team to get this qualifying win here?
Well, so exciting. No, they did an amazing job. They have been suffering the last couple of races, so I am super happy for all of them, for all the amazing job that they are doing. And yeah, well, just the beginning, but it's an amazing start, so super happy for them.
Your team is 2 points behind the lead, so that puts you one step closer. Is the pressure on there, on that star couch we saw over there?
Well, the pressure normally is for the ones who are leading. You know, we are catching up them, so for us it's nothing to lose. Tomorrow we're gonna go out with the clear mentality of try to win the race, and if we win the race, it's over.
Tom, all focused, ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. We will try to make the job and to be, as Rafa said, like calm and try to do our best. But yeah, we are happy.
Excellent. Congratulations. I'll let the celebrations continue down here on the launch zone. What a qualifying run.
Oh, absolutely. You can say that again, Taylor. Thanks so much. Great job. 26-year-old Tom Schaap there from Le Vaudreuil in France. And, of course, 22-time tennis Grand Slam winner, the King of Clay. 14 of those 22 for Rafa were at the French Open. Roland Garros. For Blue Rising, they make their way back in as well. 11 points off the lead now, still very much open moving into Saturday. And there is Chris Lazaraga. And of course, Shelley, that takes the pressure off Chris as well, doesn't it? Because she knows she has a better starting position. She'll be in lane 1 for her first race tomorrow.
And I just love the tension because it has just made this championship even closer. And tomorrow is going to be such a day. It is really, truly, I think we've got to say, it's the battle between Team Brady and Team Rafa. Team Blue Rising still there in the mix, but not sure they're going to do it now.
Well, that's your opinion. Let's see what they think about it. Taylor's doing a great job down there today. I do believe she's managed to get both of them from TBR.
It's all right. I'll cover.
I'm down here with Team Blue Rising. Sarah, I'm trying to... Oh, there you came back. JP came back. I asked you what happened earlier. Was it the boat?
No, it was the driver. You can't win them all. Sometimes the dog days of November.
Dog days of Miami, maybe.
So, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, obviously, we're not really thrilled about it. Well, I definitely am not, but tomorrow's where it counts. So.
Well, I hope I hear a different thing from you other than you can't win them all. I think we can, right?
I think tomorrow we're going in with, we still had a plan no matter where we finished in that race, so it sets it up for kind of what we wanted to do for tomorrow, so we're not upset. And we have our heads up and ready to work and go into tomorrow with all boats pumping, ready to go.
Yeah, super.
Biggest competition, who out there on the water, pilot specifically, are you looking at?
Oh, you know, Emma always does a really nice job going really, really fast. Obviously, Tom got stuff figured out that last heat. And so problem with that is that a lot of their speed doesn't transition to normal race strategies. And so we'll see how it ends up going for them. Obviously, we're pretty set with what we want to do, and we'll go from there.
All right, well, best of luck, Team Blue Rising.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taylor, and what a happy camp it is down there at Team Blue Rising. And Shelley, that was very honest from JP, wasn't it? You can't win them all. Sometimes we make mistakes.
It was, actually. I thought that was a really sort of brave, nice comment from him because he usually is the king of the starts, and he just didn't get it right today.
Yeah, great honesty. Lovely to see, lovely sportsmanship there. There then is the situation. 3 points for Rafa, 2 for Brady, 1 for Brazil, and critically then Blue Rising not scoring a point in that particular qualifying race. Drogba with an issue, but they did manage to finish, and that is important for their start lane for Saturday. Look at this. We still have 4 mathematically in contention. Okay, 11 now back to Blue Rising, but at the top it's come down from 3 to 2 points. 20 past 9 in the morning for Miami tomorrow, which is 20 past 2 GMT. It is all to play for. The title is on the line for E1 in 2025.